and First View Group to the second day of EV Charge India 2021. Hope you had a good time with us yesterday, and nevertheless, we are here again for an action packed day of knowledge sharing, exhibition, followed by the most awaited EV Charge Leadership Awards in the evening. Hope you are exploring lot of stuffs and networking with your peers in our exhibition lounges. If you have not visited yet, you are definitely missing the opportunity. However, no worries, the booths will be open till 7 p.m. today. But now it's time to start with our second day of conference. But before that, I take the pleasure to thank all my partners again for extending their immense support to organize this event. So, starting with our presenting partner, the Sol Systems, platinum partner, MapMy India, gold partner, FIMA, exhibiting partners, P2 Power Solutions, Advanced Cable Technologies, Bove Labs SAS, and our supporting partners, Automotive Research Association of India,
But now
GIZ India,
that's
the Society of Manufacturers of
I
Electric Vehicles,
thank all
Council of Energy, Environment and Water, International Center of Automotive Technology. Now, let me quickly take you through the agenda for the day. We will be having three sessions today, along with the biggest award ceremony for the EV charging sector. The first session will be focused on setting up commercial viable EV charging business and investment opportunities. Then the second session will be on battery swapping, an alternative feasible solution for EV charging. And the third one will be on the charging electric vehicle fleets, how to seize the emerging opportunities. We will be playing our sponsor video of Map My India, our platinum partner. Requesting my team to start with the video.
Imagine if you knew everything you need, would proactively talk to you, to alert, assist you, to make your everyday and drive better like never before. With cutting edge technology, plan efficiently, move quickly, drive safely, reach happily. Presenting Talking Case Cockpit, powered by the world's best time and space map, 4D digital map twin, and the intelligent digital vehicle twin.
Best, most futuristic, powerful and user-friendly platform for connected, autonomous, shared, and electric mobility. Convert your car's environment into a digital cockpit by embedding navigation, connected services, and real-time safety and driver assistance alerts into the head unit. Also projecting relevant activity and other info onto the digital cluster, HUD and rear seat screen with one single powerful engine, talking case cockpit enabling intelligent, proactive, personalized, helpful, entertaining interactions with techniques like speech recognition, natural language understanding, and text-to-speech.
Drive me to India Gate.
You have reached India Gate. Do you want me to find parking?
Yes.
There are 2 parking locations available. Should I book one for you?
Yes.
With traffic prediction, plan your journey in advance knowing what traffic events lie ahead. Avoid route blocking events. And follow safe and convenient route. Report events like hazards, processions and share with other commuters. Advanced automotive embedded navigation and cockpit engine to run across a wide range of platforms, Android, Linux and Windows CE included. Auto adjusts on various resolutions, landscape or portrait. Custom skin to match the theme of your infotainment. Powerful engines allows you to project on the windshield for better route and safe guidance. Get TBT guidance on your bike's LCD cluster by connecting it to your mobile Find a puncture shop or last parking location of your bike easily. Connect and project the user's mobile phone and provide relevant information and vehicle controls for the best pre-drive and post-drive connected cockpit experience. Their capability to run or to project on your rear view mirror without hitting rear view. Augmented reality. Automotive grade HMI, customized HMI, day and night mode interface. Advanced cartography using digital elevation model. 3D outdoor. 3D indoor. Solving range anxiety with accurate remaining driving range and battery-efficient routes using artificial intelligence and machine learning for vehicle modeling. BMS. Road topography, weather, traffic and other critical parameters for accurate estimation of the remaining distance range and the relevant charging station along the route. Expertise in UI and UX with design thinking approach backed by flexible architecture for best-in-class user experience. Best, most futuristic, powerful and user-friendly platform for connected, autonomous, shared, and electric mobility.
Anshi, you'll have to unmute yourself.
Apologies. And without any further delay, let's begin with our first session. And we will be starting this session with interesting knowledge presentation on the key feature of the recently launched handbook for EV charging infrastructure implementation. And to present this, we have Ms. Chaitanya Kanori from WRI India. Welcome on the screen, ma'am.
You'll have to unmute yourself.
I believe Chaitanya ma'am is having some connectivity issue, so she could not join us. Nevertheless, we will move forward with our session. So, are you with me, everyone? So, should we start the panel discussion now? Okay, now, so I know you all are as excited as me. So now it's the time to begin with our first panel discussion, which is on setting up commercially viable EV charging businesses and investment opportunities. So as we discuss, I will welcome all the panelists. And the panelists who has joined us today are Mr. Pavan Mulukutla, who is from WRI India and also the session chair for the day. Mr. Mike Elwood from Illocity, Mr. Mukesh Dharich from BSES Yamuna Power Limited, Mr. Vineet Bansal from EV Motors India Private Limited, Mr. Rohit Kumar from Indian Oil, Mr. Sumit Mittal from Green Cell Mobility, and Mr. Dhiman Kadam from GoEgo Network, and Mr. Pankaj Dubey from Power Global PBC. Now, I will welcome all the panelists on the screen and requesting Pawan sir to lead the discussion ahead. Over to you, Pawan sir.
India, Government of UK investment, part of Green Growth Equity Fund, which is the first climate fund of India. And at this platform, we are in the process of setting up almost 5,000 odd buses, both in the government and the private sector, right? And charging happens to be a very critical part of this entire infrastructure that we are creating. Currently, we are in the process of implementation of 1,000 odd buses, primarily in the government segment, approximately 750, and in private segment, almost 250. So that's the pipeline that we have, which is in the implementation, and we should, get operational in the next as we go. So coming to the case in point where we look at infrastructure and especially the charging infrastructure. Currently, India has approximately 1,800 charging stations, right? And primarily it's driven by, the government entities like CSL, and REIL kind of taking a lead and creating some of these infrastructure, right? And with the number of vehicles that we have, with volume of vehicles that needs to go be there on the ground, right? Now, this classic conundrum of whether the vehicle should come first or the charging infrastructure should come first, that is what we are facing now. And I can tell you that, being associated with various infrastructure projects, that's where the role of government comes into play, where they create the initial critical mass, where the charging infrastructure is created, maybe on an annuity model, not on a revenue model, right? And once a critical mass is achieved, that will be primarily led by the fact that, people will have lesser range anxiety, and then that will increase the adoption of electric vehicles, right? Once that level is reached, that's when these concessions or this sort of say subsidies can taper down, and it will become self-sustainable. This is what we saw in the renewable segment, where at one point of time government was giving all kinds of support, right? And now, as we speak today, we are talking about 2.5 rupees the bidding which is happening in the renewable sector. Right now, it's completely self-sustainable without any kind of subsidy whatsoever. So that's the kind of way that electric vehicle charging has to also take, right? Government has to government has to act as a catalyst, where it can provide a single window clearance. The subsidy which has been allocated for FAME 2 has hardly been utilized, so that should be allowed for public charging infrastructure to be allowed. Second is, there should be a clear mandate from the government in terms of DISCOMs and various other government-owned entities which have got the availability of land to kind of start up the charging stations, right? And last but not least, provide a annuity model from the government concessions thing. Currently, the challenge that people are facing is in the latest bids which have come out, and some of the large corporates have also participated in them and then recently backed out of that, right? Primarily because of the fact that there is no visibility of a revenue, and which makes the model unbankable in a way, and also investor perspective it becomes low on investment, right? So that is why the initial critical mass has to be provided on an annuity model, and government should act as a catalyst to allow various subsidies and support to get into a critical mass. So that's my view on it.
Thank you, Sumit. I think that's an interesting point that you bring. I'll come to the models. You talked about that, we should start with the annuity model. But let me just go around the speakers and come back. Before we get into the models and possibilities of the opportunities, I wanted to really understand, Mukesh, from you, what roles can DISCOMs play in the deployment of the charging infrastructure?
Yeah, thank you, Pawan, and thank you first to you for inviting me and providing me opportunity to share DISCOM perspective in overall EV charging ecosystem creation. So certainly, if charging is an important part of entire EV system, then DISCOM are very, very important part for the charging, because ultimately at the end of the day you are consuming electricity, and it has to come from the grid only. So network planning and other things are very, very important, and definitely DISCOMs will be at the center stage in terms of providing connectivity, overall design layout of the charging infrastructure, and also to facilitate different models as we are discussing. Maybe DISCOM can play important role in terms of business models, and we have seen this already, that in European countries DISCOM-led models are very, very successful, because DISCOMs exactly know where the load can be provided in optimum fashion, optimum network planning, and this thing. So DISCOM definitely has to play a very larger role in terms of electrical charging infrastructure development, not only in cities but also at highways and towns and the rural side as well. Along with that, since we do not have historical load profiles of EV charging, especially in India, because as mentioned that the current EV charging stations are having only 10 to 20% of utilization factor. So we are somewhat concerned about the load pattern and charging pattern of EV charging when the full-fledged or maybe the utilization factor will be around 70-80%, how it is going to impact my network, my peak loading condition and all other things. So therefore, any DISCOM wish will be to have some sort of integration with all the charging infrastructure to have real-time data that can help us in network planning also and for power procurement as well. And also, we hope that going forward, the EV charging stations and CPOs will be playing important role in terms of demand response and other DSM activities as well. As we will be learning from our experience in the EV charging field, then of course the things will be smooth. But initially for 2-3 years, we can see that there could be some challenges in the field of DISCOM side as well, and also in terms of business and other things. One more thing is that as a DISCOM, we are ourselves have entered into this foray. I can see Vinitji here, and we have completed a project with them at our one of substation, and the substation is running for successfully for last 2 years, and I believe that the utilization factor is very satisfactory there. So Delhi government has already come out with the tender of 100 charging stations in Delhi, and for the private charging stations and for SC001 and DC001 there is a handsome subsidy from Delhi government as well, and DISCOM has already closed the tender of empaneling of charging OEMs whosoever wanted and for to list their empanel their products have already submitted their bids, and in 1 week or 10 days time we will be empaneling different charger manufacturers. Their product will be available to delights here at 6,000 rupees per piece subsidy. So in a way, DISCOMs have to play very, very important role in overall EV ecosystem. Also, as part of regulatory exercise, we can see that EV sector has been provided a very attractive promotional tariff. If you talk about Delhi, then it's 4 rupees and 4.5 rupees only, which is lower than the actual cost of supply to the DISCOM, and there are no fixed charges as well. Looking at the needs of charging operators, that the utilization factor will be very, very low. So in Delhi, the fixed charges are completely waived off. So in a way, regulators, policymakers, government, DISCOMs, and all stakeholders are supporting this particular drive, and we hope this thing to be picked up in a fast phase very soon, and we are ready to contribute towards that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mukesh. I think there's some interesting points you talk about in terms of the tariff, in terms of the regulation. But moving on, because I think a lot of us really want to understand that is this a viable business opportunity, and specifically related to, as a franchise opportunity. So I think I'm going to bring my next set of speakers, and I would really request all of you to be a little brief so that we actually have not just one round of discussion, but multiple round of discussion. Mike, let me start with you on this. Do you really see this actually as a big business opportunity and as a franchise opportunity for India? The reason I ask this is that, currently based on last year, only 1% penetration in EVs, roughly about only 150,000 vehicles totally. And we have been talking about deploying charge stations while we're talking about wanting having charge points. So there's that kind of conversation that is happening. So is this really a business opportunity right now?
So, namaste, everybody. I'm coming to you from Canada, and Pavan throws out the be brief piece and asks me a question on commercialization and franchise opportunity. Just to give a little bit of context, hopefully to help everybody, I've been in the space for 20 years, so I've seen the evolution. So all the conversations so far have mirrored the actual path that I've been taking. To Sumit's point about government being involved, 100% accurate. The question is there a viable opportunity for a franchise? I don't want to get into franchise law or anything like that, but there's viable opportunities. There's viable business models, many viable business models, because where I come from and what we've been doing and what we're looking to do and with Velocity and what we're trying to do is we're trying to create these models. So there's charging as a service, which is a really viable model. Charging as a service is a way to bring fleets together and to service fleets from a common charge point, whether it's behind the gate of a fleet or whether it's in the public marketplace. And I refer to these so-called hubs that we're looking at developing. There's demand energy response, which is taking renewables, adding energy storage, integrating solar so that we can, to the point earlier about grid response and open ADR, that we can respond to grid situations. So there's a number of viable opportunities. And back to what Sumit was talking about, charging infrastructure and vehicles. One of the terms I haven't heard in a very, very long time is range anxiety. I've heard it a few times already in this conversation, which is interesting because that was something that we faced in North America and in other parts of the world about, I would say, 10 years ago, and people have overcome that. So we really have to reimagine what electric mobility is. Electric mobility is not a combustion engine, as you all know. It's not going to the gas station, as you all know. It's having that future gas pump on your property or located near you. Whether in my situation, a charging station in my garage. It's not a gas pump, but my car is actually plugged in right now. So I'm really reconditioned my driving habits and the way I look at things. The only time I would require anything on the outside of my property is when I'm doing long trips. Thus comes the business model. The charging hubs that can be built service the travelers plus can service fleets. So if you locate your charging hub and charging as a service, we and a group that I work with over here with Velocity and with others where we're working on different things with different utilities, we've proven out models and we've demonstrated what the models look like. Now there's a small ROI. It's single digit, maybe low double digit, but it's there right now with maybe, and we only use a 10% utilization rate. So yes, there are models. There are many of them, but it takes some time to bring the model to fruition in the case of what is happening with vehicles. Again, and I'll finish with this. Governments play a huge role. Government fleets can really accelerate this, as well as commercial fleets. So I'm talking commercial fleets, FedEx, DHL, and the likes of companies like that. Once they adopt the electric vehicles, and once they begin to take vehicles to some critical mass of their fleet offering, and then the passenger fleet market will take over. So I hope this helps a little bit, and I'd be happy to, I'm looking forward to the dialogue, but there are models, there are very viable models. You just have to really focus on and reimagine transport.
Thank you, Mike. I'm just going to bring you back, but let me pose the same question to Vineet. Vineet, also can you explain a little bit of the business model itself in terms of what will it take to really make it work in the franchise model itself?
Sure. No, thank you, Pawan, and would also like to thank first you for giving us an opportunity to share our views. A little bit background about us, EV Motors. We have a brand called Plug and Go, where we are setting up a charging infrastructure, and we have few outlets operational. Right now, we are following a company-owned, company-operated model, but we believe that that there is an opportunity here in this space to look at a franchise model, to look at from a longer perspective. there can be a viable business model with the franchise model, but it has to be structured in a very systematic manner in terms of how this franchise model can be rolled out. And there is we talk about low utilization rate, and today when you look at the total number of petrol pumps around the country in India, it may be around 70,000 or so, where you kind of drive up and the speed at which the petrol gets dispensed. So at some point of time, when you look at trying to convert from fossil fuel to electric vehicle, so the number of outlets that you will have to get into is, as Mike was saying, that these the whole behavioral change, rather than going to a petrol pump, is basically charging at getting the petrol pump to where you are, right? Putting the charging station. So the number of outlets that have to be there has to be in millions. So a franchise model, can be one kind of a source to get that widespread, in terms of the locations. Now we need to look at it from a longer term perspective rather than a short term. Today, the number of vehicles may be low. Today, the utilization rates are low, and the way we look at it is this is the time really you build up, your model, in terms of we have few outlets that are currently operating. We are doing certain utilization rates, so we're trying to understand what are the costs associated with it, what are the ways in terms of how you drive traffic. Obviously initially it is going through the fleet operations, and how do you make it sustainable with that fleet operations, and then looking at how a franchise model can increase the returns, the ROIs, as individual owners come to the outlet. So how do you drive traffic into this? Because setting up a charging infra is quite complicated. You need land, you need electricity connection, you need customers coming in. So you need that connection with the fleet operator. So it becomes quite a holistic thing for an individual, or for an individual one company to do that. So a franchise model reduces the risk in terms of investment. It reduces the amount of effort that is required, and you get a wider spread. So there is we feel that there is a good opportunity for franchise to exist. Yes, it is going to take some time, and I think models will have to be worked on and developed during these times that we have right now, and I think some of them are going to adopt this model. At least we are seriously looking into this, and there are going to be multiple models that are going to coexist. But we feel that a franchise model is can be a successful model, and very shortly we would be looking at trying to do something in that space.
Thank you, Vinit. Loop and Rohit on that. One is we're talking about millions of outlets that we're talking about, and how about is the franchise model the only model that we think would really help in really achieving us get to those kind of targets? And also, what do you think are some of the strategies that India should be focusing on for EV charging infrastructure development? And I also want to welcome Pankaj, who has just joined us, and I'll get back to you, Pankaj, shortly. Thank you. Yeah.
Sure. Thanks. Thank you, Pawan, and good afternoon to all. Obviously, I belong to an oil and gas company, and we all are serving around, say, daily 3 crores vehicle visit our retail outlets or petrol fuel stations across India. But having said that, we also understand that the way how things are moving, and with millions of electric vehicles supposed to hit the roads in next decade, we all know that we need to really work towards putting up charging stations. Having said that, as the EV penetration increases, it has to be a kind of a partnership. That is what is required, with a night of new franchises, with people who have capital and have keen to really make an investment in public charging. See, because the problem is that as the EV customers base expands, and it becomes possible to rectify more use cases, the demand of public fast charging will increase. So actually, for across the entire EV charging value chain, if I can see that greatest value will come from the resale of electricity. for on-the-go charging. Obviously, that's why discoms are there to help us out in that case. And a huge case, obviously, in which drivers pay a premium for a charge within an hour or less, allowing them to continue a trip. That's what is basically what we feel can be the use case. Currently, these businesses are mostly new funded. So any franchise in all, basically, they are there. They will be there with the sole purpose of serving EV charging customers. But having said that, as I said, there are two ways we feel that the franchises can really help us out. One obviously has to on to the go charging, typically a price option, but also delivers the highest charging speeds, and more on moderate price is destination charging. Now, as in India, obviously, as rightly pointed out by people out here, that the number of EVs on Indian roads are quite low, and also it's actually on pockets. We all feel that obviously Indian government is trying to put incentive there. We plan to have a charging station within city on every 3 by 3 kilometer square, if you can say that. On highways, we are trying to put a charging station on every 25 kilometers. So having said that, we feel, but as of now, the numbers are not there. The EVs are not there on roads, and the fact that the most of charging is going to happen on home. What is expected to be there coming to maybe a station will only be for say topping up or for a sort of some parts of a time. So those kind of things, challenges are there. But I still feel that it's an evolving thing. It's a journey. We have just started, and the partnership really need to mitigate the capex, the kind of capex and opex that is not giving you the real sort of the bottom line. It has to be a partnership, and that partnership has to be somebody has to give a real estate. So we as a oil and gas company can provide real estate. Somebody can chip in with the charger. Somebody discoms can chip in with the power. So we can talk of a partnership where everybody can join together and provide solution. So this is what I feel can be the model for franchises to come in and go ahead, because obviously on date things are not that rosy. Any business, EV charging will also be like any business you come in. We have capex, we will have opex, and we really need to sustain. So as a business, everybody says it has to be really planned and accordingly taken away. So that's in short. I thought I'll share my views here.
Pavan, you are on mute.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Pankaj, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
No, my question was, we were talking about this whole franchise model for deploying of EV charging infra, and I just wanted to see if you have any thoughts around that or any comments before I move to my next set of questions. And I wanted to bring in Bhiman there. So quick response or any thoughts around that? Yeah.
See, primarily speaking, overall, the scenario which is there on the EV side, what is required is, as Vineet ji said, the infrastructure required is huge. But if you build that infrastructure, it's a chicken and egg story. First, the vehicle has to come in. The vehicle has to exist in order to those infrastructure to survive. Even if you have all the collaboration and the number of vehicles are still very small. If you see today's the number of vehicles plying on the road, out of 100 vehicles, 99 point maybe 4 or 5% would be fossil fuel vehicles. So it's not a vehicle where electric is available, and therefore the infrastructure if we create, it's just that which will come first. And that is where we at Power Global are working on, that we have made a very high quality lithium-ion battery that we want to make the electric vehicles successful. And for that, we are not going to sell that battery, because good quality battery, if it is sold, it will become unviable. So we are coming out with a solution of battery which is on a subscription basis, and which is a fraction of the cost of the fuel that a person is paying right now. And then built up and the other thing that we are doing, which is pretty big for the EV industry, is the retrofitment. To build the infrastructure, more vehicles are required, and that is only possible if people think that EV will add value to them. And therefore, retrofitment is a very big solution where the existing customers can be demonstrated that you convert your vehicle into electric, and it is beneficial to you. In this case, there are companies who have tried this, but the solutions have been very expensive. So we have come out with a very decent cost, which is like very affordable cost, where the customer can convert his existing vehicle to electric, and then he saves a lot of money. And the moment this happens, the infrastructure will be required, and infrastructure will be viable because there are more vehicles on the road. The challenge is that we all have to work together to see how we increase the vehicle on the road, and then the infrastructure comes in, and then the PPP and every other model will work.
Thank you, Pankaj. And now this question, I'll start with Dhiman, and then we will move on to others to also respond. So the question is, we all realize that 50 to 85% of the charging is going to happen at home end, and we are talking about in India. Of course, we're talking about gated communities or high-rise buildings, but we're also talking a major portion of vehicle owners, two-wheelers, would be probably may not have an access to such charging locations. In that case, how do we really, first set of question is, how is this an opportunity for creating charging in residential, commercial, and industrial space? Dhiman, I'll start that with you. And then the second part of my question is, how do we really see this really make it happen? Because not everyone is living in apartments. You have individual homes, you have people renting these places. What kind of changes are needed to make charging infrastructure percolate at the residential end? Yeah, Dhiman, thank you.
Thanks, Pawan. So first of all, thanks to all the EV owners who are listening to us. Basically, because of you guys, we are in a job right now. Most of us are at least in a job. So a pat on your back, like you are the warriors. You guys are the crusaders. So what we need to basically first go back and ask is that, is electric vehicle itself a viable option? Now, you can see the difference, like the numbers which were mentioned, like 3 crore people refuel every day at IOCL itself. And the entire number of EV vehicles is probably 1.5 lakhs odd. So we went back and we took a step back and said that, hey, it's probably the most economical way to drive around. It's one of the most efficient ways to travel. Then what is it that is creating that barrier to entry for a common person, 99% of the common people here? That's when we realized that if 80 to 90% of your charging is going to be at home, you have to make sure that that charging is something which is comfortable, because home is where you're really comfortable. That's where you can be yourself. And what we do is that with that charger or the charging which will be done at home, there are multiple hurdles which come into place. There is the electric meter conundrum which the DISCOMs have to address. There is this entire thing of high rises, wherein we have examples of people actually throwing wires from their homes on the 5th, 6th floor and then actually making it charge down below. One of the bigger problems of being in a society is that you have to convince the entire members. That means it's one guy against, now I stay in a society with 100 flats, which has one electric vehicle. And when that one electric vehicle wants to get a point, that point becomes a big thing in the society. So when you're actually looking at solving this, this has to be solved with a shared asset model, is what currently what our opinion is, wherein either the society owns it or there can be multiple options on that front. But similar case scenario is with commercial buildings, commercial charging. Like we work in a building with 9 floors and we are some 1,200 parkings. Now, in those 1,200 parkings, 1,000 parkings are two-wheeler, 200 are four-wheeler, and there is again one electric two-wheeler. what is this barrier to entry? Again, this is exactly like the commercial building owner thinks that, hey, this is something which, why should I invest? Why should anyone else invest? But you need to think of it like it is air conditioning. The employees are given it to it as an amenity to make them comfortable. So it should come into every commercial office space as an amenity to incentivize the employee to make sure that he's comfortable and he's ending up saving a lot of money. See, economically, we know that it is a very viable model, and owning an EV is the best thing you can do. But what is that crux which will make it viable for that individual? Again, this is about that individual day-to-day guy. You have to go to the ground, ask these people, like ask these IC engine owners that what is it that will make them switch. And what I feel is that it is that ease of entry into the system, which is basically your home charging problem being solved, wherein you don't have another hurdle to think of at home, where you're just comfortable and you're easing into this solution.
Any response, Mike, Vinit? We just have a couple of minutes left, so quickly, do you want to pitch any of your thoughts?
Yeah, this is Vineet. I think one of the things that I do want to mention here is that we use the the assumption that home charging is going to be 50% or 60%. Now, when we use those numbers, I think it needs to be understood those numbers are outside of India, where pretty much 100% of the people have parking at their residence. In India, that is about 60%. So first of all, when we look at the numbers of if there is 100% parking available for people at home at their residence, and then you talk about 50-60% charging at home versus 60% of the population or vehicle owners have parking, and looking at a numbers from that perspective. So I think in India it's going to be a lot more public charging that's going to happen, and even if it is in societies, it's going to be more of a not an individual charging, but more DC charging, fast charging within a society where few chargers are there and multiple people can come and charge. So there is going to be India is a different country and a different sets of systems that are there. So I think we need to look at it from that perspective in terms of how to create an infrastructure when we talk about residents. I think that's the only point I would like to kind of make here is that the way you look at creating the infrastructure when it comes to India has to be slightly different than what is existing in the rest of the world. And the numbers that we use for Indian market, I think we need to be a little bit more careful and not get into the assumptions which are relevant outside of India to be valid necessarily for that market.
Fair
Hey,
enough,
it's
Vinit. Let's welcome Mike.
yeah. So Vinny,
Thank you so much.
Vinny.
Sorry to
Oops.
interrupt in between. Pawan sir, I just want to request you to wrap up the session in 5 minutes so that we can have the Q&A. And also, I would request you to choose the questions from the Q&A box according to you. Thank you so much.
So
Yeah,
I'll try to be quick. I agree with Vinny. I mean, you need to understand the property mix for sure. So yes, in other countries, there may be more single family dwellings where people can charge. So if it's 60%, then you look at those numbers for India. I've really enjoyed the conversation, and I really appreciate being invited to talk about this, and it's been very enlightening because listening to Pankaj talk about retrofits and things like that. These are things that I did probably 16 years ago. Actually, my first retrofit was about 16 years ago, where I was using lead acid batteries. Actually, even I think lead acid, then nickel metal, then lithium ion. So I've been retrofitting vehicles in that case. So I understand the pain points that everybody's going through, but I will say this. I have on my vehicle in the driveway, I have 240,000 kilometers of electric driving. And I can tell you firsthand. So that's almost about, it's a 2012 vehicle. So I can tell you almost firsthand the benefits. I mean, to decarbonize and to look at the other business models, to what Vinny was talking about. So home charging, and then you're charging along pathways, along travel sectors, highways. That's the most important thing, where you get your DCFC so that you can engage in trips. I'm looking forward, like I joined Velocity a little while ago. I'm looking forward to working with and getting to the Indian market and understanding it a lot more, because, like I said, it's been a long haul here, and we're making great progress along the way here. But I will say the chicken and egg piece, with all due respect to the chicken and the egg, is it's infrastructure has to lead. The vehicles are coming. The vehicles are coming. Passenger, commercial, they're on their way. So infrastructure has to get out and get ahead of it. Otherwise, you're not going to see the adoption rates in the country go up.
I have a minute or two left. I think some of the questions, there'll be a short presentation now, but let me ask you this, that any discussion around grid on impact on, can it handle the loads, residential, commercial, any thoughts around that? And the scope for charging stations which are friendly for two-wheelers, three-wheelers. Anyone, Mr. Pankaj, Dhiman, or Rohit, anyone wants to respond quickly?
No, I'll just revert back as regard to the 2-3-wheeler charging.
Yeah, Dhiman, you wanted
as
to
you all know that. Hello. Yeah, I'll try to respond.
Anyone wants to comment on this, or we can move to the presentation otherwise?
Hello.
Because I think the presentation covers some of these aspects of the two-wheeler and three-wheeler charging infrastructures. Okay, looks like
one point I wanted to make. I think
Dhiman, did you want to respond?
Pawan, Rohit is actually talking. Rohit, you can take this. You can take this. We can hear you.
Yes,
to make a few points which was not covered in our discussion as regard to, like, when whoever franchisee, whoever or entrepreneurs who want to come to this business, they must think about sustaining competitive differentiation, because obviously of now is not profitable because of high installation cost and underutilization. So, but the moment we have more and more people coming in, it might drive down the charging prices or charger cost, but the installation and land use cost may increase. So it's not that these that we keep on talking that the price can only be the sustainable.
Is everyone able to hear? Sorry.
Yes, we are able to hear it, sir.
So what I feel that any franchise or anybody who wants to come in and join this thing, he has to have a differentiation strategy that delivers a relevant and appealing value proposition. So I can say that they either should be by scaling in customer experience or trying to raise demand through partnership, expanding whenever they plan the network, they have to plan the network strategically, implementing innovative methods, and also to move into something called non-energy revenue sources. So maybe anything else where you can add convenience retailing or advertisement or anything else. So that totality, they are able to sustain their business. So that's a very important point for any franchisee that are planning to come to our business. That's what the point I wanted to make here. Right?
Yeah, anyone else wants to come in and quickly add, or it's not enough to have a conversation around the charging infrastructure, and there's always more to discuss. But we'll now have a short presentation from Chaitanya on the Niti Aayog's EV charging infrastructure handbook. Over to you, Chaitanya.
Are you able to see my screen?
Hello.
Hi. Am I?
Yes, ma'am. We can hear you. So I would request you to start with your presentation now. We have been waiting for it.
Thank you. Are you able to see my presentation?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, wonderful. Apologies for whatever technical glitches did allow me to present at the beginning of the session. However, after listening to the session, I do think there are a lot of points that I can actually speak back to as a result of listening to the conversation. This short presentation is regarding a handbook that has recently been launched on EV charging infrastructure implementation in India. Just before getting into the details of the handbook, we understood that there was an implementation gap as far as the handbook, as far as EV charging infrastructure is concerned. There are a lot of policies coming in at the central level, which need to be translated at the state level, with the barriers being removed for the charging infrastructure to be implemented. A lot of the conversation in today's presentation has been about viability of charging, and some of that lack of viability is also coming in because of the number of procedural difficulties that exist when it comes to setting up charging. As some of the speakers have pointed out, you need the land, you need the power supply, and these all are sitting with different government institutions. And to bring it all together and make it an efficient process is part of the battle one where the viability is concerned. So the handbook is meant to provide a clear implementation roadmap for this new type of infrastructure. Furthermore, another thing when we're speaking about viability is what type of chargers do we need on our roads? Certainly, we do have electric vehicle fleets that we foresee being adopted quite a bit, and for that you do need some heavy charging station infrastructure. However, at the same time, charging stations are expensive. They're currently being funded largely by some of the subsidies that are going into the ecosystem. But once the subsidies run out, or once the subsidies are halted, how do we scale up in a meaningful manner? Like Vineet was saying, we're going to need millions of charge points if we need to make charging as easy and as integrated as possible with current driving and parking behaviors to enable a faster transition and adoption. Which means we're looking for cost-efficient charging infrastructure. And when you look at the EV ecosystem that's coming up in India, you find that they're largely smaller vehicles, and even within the cars, the largest onboard charger right now is 7 kilowatts. So what that, I mean, as far as AC charging is concerned, and what that essentially means is a very low-powered network of charge points can actually suffice to fulfill a significant part of the charging needs, especially if they're present everywhere, and you make them like destination charging, so that whenever you're parked or charging, and so you don't need to do too much fast charging. So what the handbook also argues for is a lighter model of charging infrastructure implementation to complement the ongoing charging stations that are already being implemented. The handbook is developed by NITI Aayog, the Ministry of Power, Department of Science and Technology, and WRI India, with support from various other ministries. And primarily, the audience is our state and local authorities, DISCOMs, charge point operators, the ones who are actually doing the implementation at the ground level. I know we're short on time, so I won't go through all the components of the handbook per se. But I would like to highlight certain aspects of it. The handbook has 7 chapters, and it really touches upon some of the things that were discussed today. For instance, what the advantage of going for lower powered charge points is that they are going to be more cost efficient. If you have seen the latest BIS standards that have been announced, there is a light AC charger that has been standards for which have been finalized and approved, which is expected to significantly bring down the cost of chargers by about 10 times, actually, to 1% of the cost. Each charge point is expected to be about 4,000 rupees as a sort of market price, and that really brings down the economics and changes the game entirely when it comes to commercial viability and the number of chargers that can be installed. Again, as I mentioned, we also cover very closely what the different rules and responsibilities are, what the differences are between public, semi-public, and private charging, and how they complement one another, and they're all needed in order to accelerate the ecosystem. The handbook also looks at how to set targets for EV charging. How do you know how many chargers are needed in a given city, in a given neighborhood, and where do you cite them? So we highlight a sort of spatial planning methodology that allows you to understand where your energy needs might be concentrated going forward. So for those charge point operators who are looking at where do we set up chargers, how can we set up chargers before the vehicles come in, and like Mike was saying, since the infrastructure needs to come first, this is a sort of planning process about how to lay out and plan your infrastructure so that it is best positioned to serve the EVs that are going to come. Similarly, there are again, I'm touching upon points that were brought up in the conversation. We were talking about how a lot of parking in India a lot of residences don't have parking. So when you see cities are starting to implement urban parking policies. So a lot of residences actually park outside their homes, park the vehicles outside their homes. So there are parking policies that are coming in that are trying to organize this sort of unorganized parking framework, and we believe there's a great opportunity to actually integrate EV charging into urban parking policies and future urban planning frameworks as well. So when it comes to the role of DISCOMs in providing power connections, again, whenever we speak to charge point operators on the ground, whenever we're speaking to any of the implementing organizations, some of the issues are how do we supply adequate power? How do we reduce the cost of upstream electrical infrastructure so that EV charging again becomes a viable business? So what is the role of DISCOMs in enabling that? How they can set out clear guidelines, single window systems, and create and also even talk about what the available capacity is at the nearest transformer, right? A lot of times it's about whether the capacity is available, whether as per the supply code you are able to take that connection for free, or whether you have to pay for the transformer. So some of these things are things that DISCOMs are well positioned to actually highlight and make a clear process for any charge point operator that is coming to set up EV charging. And looking ahead, how do we ensure that the grid impacts of EV charging are manageable and stable? So how do you start thinking about integrating smart charging? How do you build out the necessary backend to ensure that you're able to manage your loads and manage your EVs as distributed energy resources for V2G in the future? So this is very briefly touched upon as well. And finally, we talk about the models of EV charging implementation. Mr. Rohit, I think, was speaking about partnerships with different roles in implementation, how there will be different players coming together. The person who provides the land, the DISCOM that provides the power, the charge point operator that provides the chargers and operates them, and the charging software solutions providers. There's an ecosystem of different stakeholders that are coming up that are specializing in specific parts of the value chain, and you are seeing sort of these multi-stakeholder partnerships evolve. And when you look at the models of EV charging implementation itself, you're seeing a government-driven model, a consumer-driven model, and a service provider-driven model. Broadly speaking, which I won't go into now, just in the interest of time. But yeah, so that is the handbook. It does touch upon a lot of things on how to sort of make implementation viable, including things like minus metering, net metering. How exempted demand charges are important. All these really nitty-gritty things that come down to viability and economics. So please feel free to go through the handbook. Any feedback is welcome, and do feel free to reach out with any queries. Thank you.
Thank you, Chaitanya, for the wonderful presentation. And I think with that, we wrap up this session. Thank you all the panelists for the wonderful discussion. It's not enough, but I'm sure we will continue to have these discussions continue. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Chaitanya ma'am, for that insightful presentation. And thank you very much to all our esteemed panelists for this wonderful session. And very special thanks to Pawan sir for superbly managing the session. Your industry insight and charismatic ability to engage both the audience and the speakers brought the session to life and making them informative, thought-provoking and entertaining. Can we hear a round of applause? I am sure if this would have been in physical event, we could have a standing ovation for the amazing session. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you,
Thank
Abu.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we will have a short video of our presenting partner, Dassault Systems.
Joining us today. Hope all of you and the families are staying safe and healthy. Coming to the webinar, today's session will talk about battery swapping, an alternative feasible solution to park and charge solutions. We have a very distinguished panel of speakers and discussants today, and we look forward to some insightful discussions and some key takeaways that could be taken to the policymakers and regulators in some. We'll also have a question and answer round towards the end of the webinar. So I will request the participants to use the chat box to send across any questions that they have for the panelists.
Yes, sir. So it's time now for the second session, and I like to I like to start our session with a knowledge presentation on charging solution for fleet operators, evaluation of battery swapping vis-a-vis point charges. And for this, we have with us Ms. Simran Kaur from our supporting partner, Council on Energy, Environment and Water. Welcome on the stream, and you can share your presentation now.
Cool. Thank you, Anand. Is my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Cool. So thanks for the introduction, Anand and Nitish. I'm Harsimran. I'm a analyst at the Council on Energy, Environment and Water. And today I'm going to be presenting some of the findings of an evaluation exercise that we carried out for the two different charging solutions that are available for the fleet operators, which is battery swapping and point charging. But before that, CEW is among Asia's leading policy research institutions. We use data, integrated analysis, strategic outreach to explain and change the use, reuse, and misuse of resources. Our research spans across 7 focus areas, and there's a dedicated center for energy finance. And this particular research falls under the focus area of technology, finance, and trade. Now, with battery swapping, I think I'll just cut to the chase. Battery swapping takes less than 3 minutes to charge a battery, and it also reduces the capex on the purchase of the vehicle because you can purchase the vehicle without the battery, so you can save about 50%. And when we consulted different stakeholders, we identified that the commercial vehicle applications are most suitable for this particular application because they have an assured demand. And also the kind of the vehicles, the kind of the operations that this vehicle travels are longer in a particular day. So it makes sense for them to save on the charging time, which is why battery swapping fares much better for them. And we identified 3 different end users of the battery swapping service. One is the intermediate public transport, which includes your bike taxis, e-rickshaws or e-autos carrying out first and last mile connectivity. Have the urban trade, which includes electric two-wheelers that carry out last mile delivery and also electric autos that do transfer of freight and so on in the urban cities. The third is the public transport. Now we did not include this particular end use in our analysis. It's because the kind of the infrastructure, of the investment and the kind of the business model that's required for setting up a public swapping station, battery swapping station for electric buses is very different from that of these two other use cases. This is why we have not sort of included them in this particular exercise. Now, under battery swapping model, we consider two different business models. One is the decentralized battery swapping business model, and this is the distributed one, the one that we normally see is prevalent among most of the battery swapping operators today, wherein you have a distributed network of battery swap stations in a city. And the battery swapping stations look like this. Now, this is just a representative image. The second one is a hub and spoke battery swapping model, wherein you can charge your batteries at a central hub and then they are transported to the different spokes. And these spokes could be battery swap locations such as general store, kirana store, petrol stations, and so on. And then we compare it with the point charging. This is just an image for representation purposes. We do not take their cost and their technical operation, assumptions for our analysis. And these are the different assessment metrics that we use to compare the feasibility of battery swapping and point charging for the fleet operation. So one is the energy tariff to the consumer for the operator, which takes into account not only the capex that the operator has to put in to cater to a specific fleet, but it also takes into consideration the operational expenditure that the operator will have to incur over the life of the business. And of course, there's the scale of the investment. For the consumer, we look at what is the fuel expense to the consumer, what is the total cost of ownership for the consumer in the different charging solutions and the different business models under different charging solutions. And the batteries that we assume for our analysis are the NMC batteries, which have a cycle life of about 2000. We assume a 2 kilowatt-hour modular battery size. And we consulted with different stakeholders to understand what are the number of the batteries they typically include in their vehicle, and this is what we found, and this is what we considered for analysis. And then we also looked at some of the models that are prevalent in the market today that are being used by the urban freight and also the first and last mile companies. That's what we have taken into consideration. For a decentralized battery swapping model, we assume that each battery swap station has about 15 batteries. Each slot takes about 1 hour to charge up to 80%. And then we also take into account the battery replacement that will be required over the life of the business. So we do take into account the number of the batteries that will have to be replaced after these particular set of batteries have reached their end of life. And this is the inventory ratio that we take into consideration. So for example, if there are 100 vehicles that need to be catered to, there are 100 batteries that are on the road, plus there are 50 additional batteries that are being placed at the swap stations. Similar thing for the hub and spoke model. You have a similar charging station, battery swap station, which has 15 slots. Each slot takes about 1 hour. You have a spoke, which is the general store that can store about 20 batteries. And then we consider electric three-wheeler cargo vehicles, which can transport the batteries from the hub to these spokes. And then again, we take into consideration the battery replacement that will be needed over the life of the business for a battery swapping operator. Similar battery inventory ratio, which is for 100 vehicles, you have 100 batteries on the road and then 50 batteries are in the swap stations. And for a point charging comparison, we assumed a 7.5 kilowatt DC charger. And we assume that these vehicles are only topping up during the lean period of the day that they have. And accordingly, we model what is the number of the time that is needed, how many chargers should be set up to cater to so many vehicles and so on. So that's how it's being calculated. Now, I'll just move on to the results quickly. First is the result for last mile connectivity use case, where you have a fleet of electric autos and e-rickshaws. We find that the scale of the investment that's required to cater to these electric autos and e-rickshaws is about 5 times more than that of point charging in both the business models. So we assume 500 e-rickshaws and 500 e-autos. It will need about 5 times investment compared to setting up a comparable point charging station network. For the operator, the energy tariff that the operator will have to charge to the consumer is substantially higher in case of point charging compared to battery swapping under both business models. And as you will notice that land is the most major contributor in case of point charging, while it's very minimal in case of both the battery swapping business models, and debt servicing is the highest contributing factor in the battery swapping station cases. And this is the debt servicing is something that can be looked upon to bringing it down and then further increasing, further making the energy tariff to the consumer cheaper in a battery swapping use case. So about battery swapping is about 33% cheaper compared to point charging. When we look at the TCO for a consumer, we find that as you can see, the battery swapping station in both cases is much cheaper compared to the point charging. Now, because we found that the land was the single highest contributor to the energy cost to the consumer in the previous slide, we assume three different scenarios. One is where a person is leasing land in a tier 1 city. The second is a tier 2 city land lease rate, and then also a scenario where the land is available for free. So we find that even when the point charging station has a free land, even then the total cost to the consumer is lower in case of battery swapping. Same is the case for electric auto. Here we have an option of comparing it with the petrol or CNG auto as well. We find that compared to ICE, battery swapping is much cheaper, and much cheaper compared to the point charging option as well. Next is the urban freight, wherein we assumed 500 electric two-wheelers and 500 electric autos that are carrying out urban freight operations in a particular city. We find that to cater to those many vehicles and the operations, the scale of the investment required to put up a battery swapping station network in both the business models is about 3.8 times higher compared to point charging. And the energy cost to the consumer is again higher in case of point charging. Similar case, land is the single highest contributor in case of point charging. And the energy tariff is much cheaper in the battery swapping case, between 43 to 45% compared to point charging. Looking at from the consumer point of view, we find that it's cheaper. Electric battery swapping is cheaper compared to ICE, but also if charging is the land is available at a cheaper rate for a point charging station, or even if it's available for free, it makes for a much better case even compared to battery swapping. So that's something that is interesting to note here. The second is the electric autos for goods. We find that this is similar to the other results that we found in the previous passenger transport electric auto case, wherein battery swapping fares much cheaper compared to point charging, even when the land is available for free. So I'll just end this here and hand it over to Nitish. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It was really a great presentation. Now we will have a short video of our presenting partner, Dassault Systems, requesting my team to start with the video.
Wherever you are, whatever you're doing, Dassault Systèmes is there with you.
Okay, great. So let me see how many people are active with us. So can you hit the like button to show me the energy level? Oh, and responses. So now I can understand everybody's as excited. So now it's the time to have our much awaited panel discussion for the session on battery swapping and alternative feasible solution for the EV charging. And in the esteemed panel, I would like to welcome and introduce our panelists, Ms. Himani Jain from CEW, Mr. Abhishek Bansal from Invest India, Mr. Akash Gupta from Zip Electric, Mr. Varun Goenka from ChargeUp, Dr. Kumar from WRE India, Mr. Abhishek Bansal from Invest India, Mr. Pankaj Batra from Integrated Research and Action for Development, Mr. Pritesh Singh from NRI Consultancy and Associations, India. So the discussion will be led by Mr. Arora, who is the session chair for the day from Natural Resources Defense Council. So welcoming all the screen and handing it over to Nitish sir. The stage is all yours now.
Thank you, Priyanshi. Thank you, Simran, for making that insight presentation. I think it provided quite a few insights to us as well. I think to kickstart, I'll quickly move to Himani first in terms of. So Himani, one of the major advantages of battery swapping has been that it helps you optimize utilization, and it provides an opportunity to the end user to upgrade its user experience as the next generation of battery technologies becomes available. Now, despite that interesting advantage, battery swapping has not been able to cut ice in the personal mobility segment. What could be, in your potential hindrances here in the mobility, personal mobility use case?
So thank you, Nitish. Thank you for the opportunity. And also quickly, I would like to highlight two things here. One, as per our own CEW mobility survey that was conducted a couple of years back, we covered like 60 cities all across, a large sample, more than 3,000 people covered under it. Two things were very striking. One, despite a high amount of awareness about electric vehicles, there is still a higher amount also which is willing to shift to EVs and consider EV as their next vehicle. That is also greater than 70%. There are 2-3 key concerns which are in the people's head, and especially talking about personal mobility, lack of adequate charging infrastructure is one aspect that continuously comes out as one of the highest, most important concern, like greater than 65% of the people, 2/3 of the people talking about it. And very quickly followed by it is the charging time, the time that will be taken for charging the vehicle before putting it out for another use. So just with these two things, it's very clear that amongst personal use, battery swapping is not a very commonly known, commonly understood, well understood phenomena. And that remains a concern. Also, very interestingly, in the survey, we found out that despite everybody talking about range anxiety, the average kilometers done on a personal vehicle are only close to 20 kilometers for a two-wheeler and close to 30 to 34 kilometers for a four-wheeler, for a car. All these ranges are well within the battery options that are being served, in the most models. Still, it's a perception phenomena. But just taking a bit out of here, given this kind of charging requirements, whether at all the personal mobility person needs to consider a battery swapping option. It seems to be more favorable for commercial operations options, especially for smaller and lighter vehicles. So the estimates that my colleagues showed are conservative in the sense that we, for example, were considering, a 1:1.5 vehicle to battery ratio. It can easily go down to, 1:1.2, and the business would be far more lucrative. But right now, given the nascent stage our market is, that's the kind of consideration we have kept for the early businesses. And I hope to hear from the businesses here whether we are, correct on this or not. But one thing that I want to highlight here is when you're comparing it with the point charging, you have to adequately understand the land value. If the land is not adequately monetized, then we are not making the right comparisons, So to me, point charging from a urban planner, transport planner perspective is also a parking problem. So given the new parking policies that Delhi has and the outlook that we have created, if you start adequately monetizing the land, you are not able to manage the parking charges. Of course, the charging prices are okay. And that's what will happen in a point charging system. And that is why battery swapping has its own unique set of benefits that it provides. So this is one point. And then the another point that I want to make very quickly here is when we talk about scale up and we want to understand and we want to see this scaled up, then scaling up should not be saying that I am an energy operator or a battery swapping operator and I'm putting my own vehicles. Ideal market for paradigm shift in battery swapping would have been if I can swap the batteries for other vehicles, for all, other people who can come to me for swapping. If that needs to happen, then somehow the standardization and interoperability also has to happen. And that's where the whole conversation somehow, we don't know how to push that forward. And I hope to hear more from industry.
Great. I think these are pretty valuable points. Standardization has been one thing that Bureau of Energy Efficiency has been looking for a while. They're also debating a star rating for the batteries. So I think let's hear it right from the practitioners now. So Akash, I would like to hear from you in terms of, we have heard that battery swapping's value proposition, it makes the EVs ultra affordable, particularly the last mile urban freight as well. Now Zip has done a phenomenal job and has been a pioneer in the space and done those millions of kilometers on the ground. What have been your experience in terms of the operational aspects? For example, battery swapping helps you provide charge in a controlled environment, how that has improved the battery life over time, and in particular, what potential that you see that battery swapping holds for electrifying the last mile delivery?
Sure. Thanks, Nitish, and hello to everyone. It's great to join the EV Charge conference here. So very valid one. See, I'll give you my perspective and the way that we try to solve this over the last 2 to 3 years. Because when we started doing longer miles, and typically we are in logistics, and a delivery executive wants to do 100, 120 kilometers every day, right, to make money, right, and to save money for his living, right? So if he's doing 100, 120 kilometers, that's when he's saving about 500, 600 rupees for himself and making 15 to 18,000 rupees. So let's look at his math, right? Now, to equip a 120 kilometer mileage, you would need roughly about 3 to 3.5 kilowatt, power, right? Now, all the vehicles that are available, especially two-wheelers, typically either have a space constraint or the charging time constraint, right? Because each battery takes and most of these batteries charge max up to a 10 amp, right? So you would need at least 3 hours to charge the 3 kilowatt battery. So how we tried to solve when we wanted to do 120 kilometers, we said that single battery won't cut out because it is typically doing about 60 kilometers. And hence we designed the first set of swap stations. And at that time, when we are talking about 2.5 years back, there were no swapping companies, there were no charging companies as such, right? And we had kind of the largest EV fleet, which is running across the city. So we said that let's build a swap station. Let's take a few additional batteries, and we did it in one small cluster, especially very close to a big basket hub or an Amazon hub. We placed a swap station, we put some batteries in, and to those 25-30 delivery executives who were working out of that, we said that now you have an additional battery. Everything is IoT enabled, so you can see when the battery is going down, you go there, you take a new swappable battery, put the old battery on charge, and that pilot was somehow gave us, I would say, to drive our EV logistics, it gave us wings, to be very frank, right? At that time, because that was the only differentiator that nobody had cracked. And then we could tell all our customers that yes, EV works, right? So that's the importance at that time of battery swapping was. And then it was no looking back. We got IoT into them. We got an app which could swap all of that. We removed the human elements there. We put a lot of learnings and kept improving the infrastructure to ensure that it works. Now, over a period of time, right, logistics, it is always an improvement that you want, right? So once the guy, and typically this is how it works. So when a new person joins the ecosystem, he would first go to about a 60 kilometer. That let's give him one shift. Let's make him do well. And once he starts hitting that 60 kilometers, that's when the battery swapping starts working. But there are a lot of guys who are wanting from day one to do 120 kilometers, right? Or they groom themselves that I want to do 100 kilometers, I want to optimize. That's where, swapping helps. And hence, what we feel is that charging plus swapping is going to work hand in hand, right? You give that guy a 120 kilometer ride from day one, maybe equip him with 2 batteries. So we designed vehicles which could actually take in 2 batteries in one go, or a large battery, which is about a 40Ah battery, or a 60Ah battery in case of 48 volt. And hence give him a 120 kilometer charge, let him deliver, and then give him a charging solution wherever we are seeing that he wants an extra charge, or he takes rest during the day, right? About 2-3 hours you would want to take rest and want to do in 2 shifts. Then that's the perfect example where he can charge one battery and then ride, rather than 120 kilometers, do 180 kilometers also, right? By charging one battery, or by even with a slow charge, right? And for swapping, it continues that even still this option of swapping is available, but a charge, let's say, costs him half of swap, right? If you look at the economics, right? Because there the electricity is the only consumption. The charging stations are a lot more cost friendly versus the swapping structure, which takes a little bit more space and a little bit more power. Yeah, so those are interventions that we've done in our journey, but I think these both will go hand in hand, right? You can't have a single stop solution that it's only going to be swapping. It will kind of go hand in hand. Whenever there's a swap station, possibly if there are a couple of charging points, it just helps drive the entire EV initiative, is my take.
Perfect. I think this is very insightful in terms what is coming out clearly is that battery swapping should be seen as a complementary thing to park and charge solutions, and not as an alternative per se, given the kind of scale of investment that is required. Towards this, I would also like to hear now from Varun in terms of so Varun, we have seen that value proposition for swapping, particularly for the last mile connectivity. And the Harsimran's presentation also highlighted the kind of scale of investment that might require, which is 5x than compared to the park and charge solutions. And we also heard Akash saying that a swap might be more costly for someone down the economic ladder. So how do you see that when you're working with the e-rickshaw driver partners, how this has improved the livelihood opportunities there, and can it be scaled up in 3-wheelers per se?
Sure. Thanks. Hi, Nitish. Hi, everyone. So interesting, Nitish. I'll start with what Mani had put forward very interestingly. Number one, see, both will coexist, but battery swapping is meant for commercial use. People who want to run more, battery swapping is meant for them. For personal vehicles with given kilometers, I totally agree with Imani. Swapping is not a solution. Second, what Himani again put forward was the standardization and interoperability is where actually ChargeUp was born. We started in February 2019, and we started with a standard battery technology which fits all makes of electric three-wheelers. So, electric vehicle industry has always been into the chicken and egg story, infra or vehicle. But in India, we were lucky to have 2.4 million e-rickshaws on road to service them, and that's where we started, building our, the swapping network. In terms of economics, yes, when we calculate taking the land cost and then definitely, I would say what the numbers Himani shared make sense. But we have to look at battery swapping as not into the cost per se, but in terms of earning potential. And what Akash has put forward, yes, as the drivers want to do more kilometers, so it's about the earning potential for this. So a standardization is very much important, that's for sure. And a dense network, and that's what at ChargeUp we always put, a swapping network station every 2 kilometer radius. It should not take more than 2 minutes, and it should help the drivers to make 2x revenue. And today, the infrastructure is, I would say, matured enough with the IoT and tech piece into it, which we have been using into it. Drivers have covered more than 5 million kilometers on our platform and expanding the base. But looking ahead as a future, still I would say two-wheeler, three-wheeler industry, battery swapping for commercial use is the perfect use. Not looking at a private use and all.
Great, understood. I think this is even widely acknowledged in terms of the earning potential thing, because driver partners are able to earn at least 2x with swapping compared to the park and charge solutions.
So, Nitish, in that specifically, if you see today any electric three-wheel passenger, it operates in a 10 to 15 kilometer radius because of the range and time. With our network of stations from East Delhi to West Delhi covering entirely, they have started taking longer trips. So now they're still working for 12 hours a day, but they are taking longer trips. Number one, they are shifted from passenger to transport. They are doing, the unorganized delivery from ration mandi and sabji mandi and all. So their revenue, what used to be 850 rupees per day, has jumped to 1800 rupees a day. So, typically their cost per kilometer at swapping comes to 2 rupees, and what they charge is, close to 10 to 11 rupees a kilometer.
Agreed. Another thing that I would like now panelists to possibly thought through is that I think Akash also pointed out the amount of power in upstream power infrastructure that battery swapping requires given the park and charge solutions. And here I would bring in Mr. Batra, who has tons of experience in the power sector in terms of how battery swapping can become an enabler for a smart grid. And given all of us as electric mobility enthusiasts would like to see a scenario where our EVs are powered through renewable energy. And Ministry of Power recently have come up with a draft open access policy there. So how the open access framework can even be leveraged to power EVs through RE, and battery swapping definitely provides us an opportunity to integrate the intermittent renewable generation, renewable energy with our grid as well. So I think that's where I would like to hear from Mr. Batra now.
Yeah, thanks, Nitish. I just wanted to check up, is there a problem with my connectivity, or in between Akash's was not coming? I mean, he got interrupted. So was the problem in my end or his end?
Possibly, sir. Possibly, sir.
Okay.
Might be an network.
So am I okay? You can hear me okay?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay. So battery swapping, versus battery, a fixed battery which stays on the vehicle.
It depends on the kilometers which is done per day for a person to decide between the two. What if it goes a long distance? If, for example, public vehicles like cabs or fleets like Ola or any of these, it makes sense to have battery swapping. But for a personal vehicle, I think it's not yet the time. One is that you can have say one brand of cars trying to make swappable batteries, which can easily be replaced. But then it's not universal. You cannot do it between one brand and another because the batteries are custom made for each of the vehicles. So that's the practical difficulty in that. But for if for two-wheelers and buses and things like that, definitely it's easier to do swapping. In fact, Sun Mobility did battery swapping for buses, where the batteries were changed within 2 minutes, and they showed off in the Auto Expo. So that it depends basically on the kilometers a vehicle drives. So, for example, buses go long distances, taxis go long distances, but personal vehicles do not normally go long distances. So that's one aspect of it. As far as the taking power through open access and how it affects the grid, that's concerned. Of course, that's the same for both the battery swapping as well as fixed battery vehicles. We do not have a differential tariff just now for consumers, like residential consumers. Only industrial consumers have that. But if you have a differential tariff, which gives the time of use, depending on when power is peaking, when there's a peak demand, when there is an off-peak demand, if that gets reflected through the tariff, definitely a lot of people would like to make use of the cheaper tariff, which is during the off-peak time to get power and charge the batteries, which is very useful. And that's where the difference will come in about swappable batteries, because if you swap batteries and you charge these batteries during the time when there's less demand and you pay less for it, you save a lot of money there in charging that. You also mentioned about whether we can use green power for charging, which is what we want. We want the renewables, especially the intermittent renewables, to be used for charging vehicles, because we're going a big way into renewables in the future. 450 gigawatts or 450,000 megawatts by 2030. This is intermittent energy. So the advantage with the charging station for using this intermittent energy is that with smart chargers you can charge faster when there is more energy available in the grid, which means when there's more energy available, then the price will be cheaper, and use less energy when there's less energy available in the grid. So for that, the signal must come from the grid. There are standards for that, IEC standards, which have been adopted by Bureau of Indian Standards to enable that. That's called demand response, which means you respond to how much power is available in the grid. And if you do that, that is actually an ancillary service for stability of the grid, where you would I hope you can hear me. Am I connected? Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Okay. Right. Yeah. So smart chargers help a lot in charging. This is like when the wind or solar goes down, then you have to have standby generation. But instead of that, if you reduce the load, that has the same effect. And reducing the load when there is less power available in the grid is actually demand response, which is a part of ancillary services, for which regulations have been taken out by the Central Electricity Regulatory Commission also recently, draft regulations. But they're going to become regulations after a hearing is conducted, so maybe in a few months. And once that's there, then you enable intermittent renewable generation if you use that. As far as open access is concerned, the previous concept was that any load which is only above 1 megawatt can only have can take open access. But in the new national electricity policy, there's a provision for aggregators where smaller loads can also be combined by an aggregator, and that aggregator can act on behalf of the smaller loads. So that way, the charging stations would be enabled to take open access, and of course, try to get the cheapest power which is available in the grid, including renewable power. Nilesh?
Yeah, I think that's a very valuable point. Even in terms of Delhi EV policy, Honorable DRC allows for aggregation of demand to ensure that to ensure that a dense network of swapping and charging stations would come up, and they would be able to aggregate demand of 1 megawatt there. Now, to possibly to get some perspectives in terms of the kind of scale of investment, because I think that was one of the most key takeaways from Harsimran's presentation to me in terms of the kind of investment that it requires. So I think we have seen that battery swapping ecosystem has evolved over time with some initial players exiting the industry, with the next set of startups coming in, and so forth. So towards this, I would move to Pratish in terms of how do you see that in a 5 years time down the line, how you see that the kind of investments that could be channelized and mobilized into the battery swapping or the EV charging ecosystem, and can it be leveraged to bring the scale effect in terms of aggregating the demand for batteries, and that also enables India to build those gigafactories in light of the recent PLI scheme announced. So I think that's where I would like to hear now from Pratish.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much, eMobility, for giving this opportunity. Wonderful discussion till now, and I think most of the things are covered. So I will try to be brief and touch upon a few pointers. So in terms of the entire ecosystem, so if we just talk about the battery swapping market, that too particularly for Indian market, I think a lot of traction came when Sun Mobility entered into this segment. Then it was followed by companies like Lithion, by Zape, and so many other players, mostly focusing onto the three-wheeler segment, that too into the logistics segment. If I now talk about vehicle segment-wise trends, so there has been some pilots. Even some of the global players are also currently doing pilots targeting to two-wheelers and three-wheelers. And one of my team is also executing a very large project in this domain, and that project is now just entering into the commercial phase. In terms of two-wheelers, if you look at like Gogoro has been one of the big name, right, in Taiwan. But if you look at their profitability situation, and I think that has been still very much challenging. But with the partnership of Hero Group in India, which is going to target the two-wheeler segment, and the aim of partnership is to set up co-branded Hero Gogoro battery swapping stations, and I think they plan to deploy deploy swapping station which can serve a large fleet. We talked about in terms of the costing. So if we assume like 90 kilometers of daily running, and then it is around 100 and 120 rupees per swap, which is the cost. And in terms of the total cost benefit in terms of a CNG is around 30 to 35%. And if we also talked about running cost of EV fixed batteries, which is much higher than the swapping, but the convenience is what is driving battery swapping in the three-wheeler segment. Now this swapping solution basically is going to work in the areas wherever it is making the economic sense in the current situation. So it will be driven by mostly into the three-wheelers segment, that too into the logistics segment. But the players which are operating into this domain are still facing a lot of challenges. Challenge number one: so how much you can convert the logistics part, the last mile deliveries.
So by assuming, let's say, 5,000 vehicles for a logistics company, so I think upper limit is 30% only. You can convert the 30% of the total fleet into the electric three-wheeler, which can probably serve the battery swapping because of the space constraint and all. You can't. So ultimately, you have to convert four-wheeler Tata Ace kind of vehicles, which are running now into the logistics segment, into a four-wheeler electric. But that is not making economic sense because of the battery prices. So you can see the battery prices going $100 to $120 by the global estimating agencies. But I believe in India, it's not true. The industry players are much more aware about it. Maybe it's around $200 at this point in time. So we have to kind of optimize both the interoperability, capex, time saving, and the battery buffer. Battery buffer is also very important. So once we think about making the business model, we have to come at a point wherein we need to decide two things: opportunity cost of idle time, as well as the buffer time. Currently, as per our estimates, if it's a bit of aggressive estimates, but it is around 22.3 US dollars per scooter per month. If I talk about the two-wheeler segment, which includes battery, station capex, station opex, and the maintenance cost. This is in the situation when we have estimated around $200 per kilowatt hour battery cost. But as you mentioned, that if PLI scheme succeeds and we have 50 gigawatt hour in next 4 or 5 years, and then there is a possibility of battery prices going down around $100 in 2030, which also makes station expenses in the similar direction around 12.4 US dollars per scooter per month. Then it makes business sense in the two-wheeler segment as well. So this is the current situation. I think scale is a challenge, but with that there are several other issues, right? So for example, frequency of data received, real-time data access, connectivity, telematics unit issues, vehicle breakdown, which is a very key issue, and high downtime, charging and parking infrastructure, API integration with customer systems, low driver engagement, no visibility of load capacity, weak chassis and feeble product, gradability issues, limited loading capacity, low range anxiety, temperature and maintenance issues, low speed, low power, low range. There are so many issues with the vehicle. So I think the vehicle OEMs also has to work a lot by keeping economics involved in this. So I think it will take time and progress with the maturity of the industry. So vehicle OEMs, service providers, and everybody have to work together. I will just talk about 2-3 issues and how digital solutions can solve those major issues. So for example, need to minimize electric vehicle downtime. And there can be digital solutions around battery and charging management, which is driving range and charging location finder, insights on charging behavior, fuel and carbon emission tracking. Then there is issues. One of the major issues is need to monitor the driver and track performance, which is again a digital solution like driver monitoring. So driver behavior monitoring, limits, alerts, route optimization, rapid acceleration, braking detection, etc. can be monitored. Need to monitor the vehicle ensure and safety. So solutions like vehicle health reports and notifications, vehicle tracking and geofencing, schedule maintenance notifications, etc. can work here. There are several issues against which we can find a digital solution. So that is all what I want to say, and I will take specific questions.
Thanks, Pritesh, I think for your thoughts. I think what you rightly pointed out, that scale remains a challenge, but I would be relatively more optimistic in terms of the battery pack prices coming down somewhere around $90 a kilowatt hour by 2025-26. But I think facilitating investments into the ecosystem is a critical here to bring the size and scale effect. Towards here, I would ask Abhishek in terms of what role the government authorities, particularly Invest India, have been playing for mobilizing investments into the battery swapping and EV charging ecosystem, and what potential measures could help improve the ease of doing business here as well. given that now we have a foreign counterparts, foreign startups also trying to enter the India's EV space?
Thanks, Nitish. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be speaking here with the other esteemed panelists. I'm a part of the automobile and electric mobility team at Invest India. For those of you who don't know, Invest India is the national investment promotion and facilitation agency under the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. Our primary mandate is to facilitate investments in the country. And the second part of the job is to work on policy advocacy by working with the industry and the government at the same time. Invest India is in a sweet spot wherein we have shareholdings from the central government, all states, CII, NASSCOM, and FICCI, which ensures there is no conflict of interest in the work we do. A lot of us, including me, live in Delhi NCR, and I personally park my vehicles on the road. Personal chargers is not going to be a reality anytime soon. And that is where we think battery swapping will be a major game changer, at least for the two-wheeler and the three-wheeler segment in our country. We as Invest India are working in 4 different directions. There will be a time when all the incentives FAME 2, there'll be a sunset clause, and these incentives will end. And India as a country will have to be competitive. So to ensure that there is enough demand for these two-wheelers, three-wheelers, and four-wheelers from an electric point of view, we are working on localization. PLI ACC has been approved, and we are working with domestic and foreign companies, both from a JV point of view and both from a cell manufacturing point of view. And once we have these cells localized in the country, battery being a major chunk of the cost for any electric vehicle, the cost will go down and we'll be more competitive on a global level. The second part of the work we are doing is joint ventures. You know, there's been a lot of consolidation which has been happening in the space, be it Hero, Gogoro, Sona Comstar, IRP. We have been working with all these players. And we are actively working with companies across the spectrum, be it large players, medium-sized players, and small players, to help them find a right partner, both from an India entry point of view or an India growth point of view. The third part of what we are doing is we are working with global funds who are looking to deploy money in the Indian EV assets. So some of these funds, they're looking at a minimum ticket size of 100 million USD and plus, and a lot of some of the big Indian companies are already in final stages of evaluation for these global funds. So once we have ensured, the joint ventures in place, our Indian companies and foreign companies have enough capital, because end of the day, setting up charging infrastructure across the country involves heavy capex, and that requires a lot of companies to raise money from external fund houses. And we have the cells localized in the country. We'll ensure that we have enough demand and we can be competitive on a global scale. Then lastly, we are working with various state governments to negotiate on incentives. To put this into perspective, we recently had a company who wanted to invest around $300 million in backupping infrastructure across the country. So we identified 5-6 key states wherein demand will be very high, and we spoke to various states on getting a customized demand charter for the company. So the company basically told us various incentives they wanted for their investment, and we are in the final stages of setting up that swapping infrastructure for the company across the country. So with this piece, I just want to say that India's EV growth story is evolving, and Invest India, there are organizations like Invest India and Niti Aayog. We are working day and night to ensure that there is ease of doing business in the country, and we can change the EV growth story in the country and have numbers at par with various countries within Europe. And happy to discuss further with various stakeholders here on how we can, help them accelerate in their EV plans within the country.
I think it's really good to know the crucial initiatives that Invest India is leading and how they can be leveraged to take India's EV growth story to the next level. I think we are almost at time, but one of the most crucial questions that remain, and where I would bring my friend Praveen from WRI India, is that one of the biggest impediment that remains for scaling up battery swapping operations is the standardization and interoperability concerns. There have been issues. He has been working with the Department of Science and Technology, BIS, to get some form of consensus there. But also, I feel that standardization completely might impede innovation because we have really 5 to 6 types of connectors at this point, and given the exposure to the dust and the voltages might be difficult to get consensus around the battery size and weight, because that also imposes a limit in terms of what kind of cells that can be packed into a particular battery pack, and so on and so forth. So I think what I would like to hear from Praveen in terms of what strategies possibly could be leveraged in terms of getting some consensus among the vehicle and the battery OEMs so that we overcome this standardization and interoperability concerns.
Sorry to interrupt the discussion. The discussion is going really great, we can see. But we are short on time, so I would just request to wrap up the session soon. Thank you so much.
So I think we'll just take a few minutes of Praveen to hear his thoughts, and then we'll announce the closure of the session. Over to you, Praveen.
Yeah, thanks, Nitish, and I will. Of course, the availability of charging infra is crucial to accelerate the EV adoption, and clarity around the standards, technology, and the sustainability of business model will be very crucial here. So recently we released version 1 of the guidebook about the charging infrastructure implementation in India, and this guidebook was developed by jointly by the WRI India, Niti Aayog, DST, and Ministry of Power with the help of experts from various organizations. And we have included battery swapping in this document, and there will be a separate report on Indian standards for EV charging infrastructure, including battery swapping, and this report will be available soon, and this was developed by the DST, developed by the expert committee under the guidance of DST and BIS, and these are like a base documents. As you mentioned, Nitish, that it's a challenging task to get a consensus among the OEMs and the other key stakeholders about the standards and other things. So I think these documents can be the base document, and based on the experience, this document, the version 2 of these documents will come on the public domain, and that this gives a chance for all of us to discuss and work out the what is the possible solution or mechanism which is acceptable to all, and that will help us in doing this task.
Great. I think I would also like to thank you and Niti Aayog in particular for that, coming up with this handbook as well and laying that foundation stone for EV charging infrastructure work in India. I think we've overshot the time, but we started late. But I would like to thank all the panelists for helping us keeping it in time. I think over to you, Priyanshi.
Thank you so much, all the experts, for the insightful session. And special thanks to Nitish for wonderfully managing the discussion. During the panel discussion, you asked insightful and pertinent questions that kept the conversation going and captured the attention of our audience. It's not an easy task, but you made it look effortless. Thank you so much, everyone. It was a pleasure to have you all.
Thanks, Prashit.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
So here is the time to enter our last session of the conference. The session is all about charging electric vehicle fleets, how to seize the emerging opportunity. So, can we show a little excitement? Are we ready to enter our last and most exciting part of the day? Waiting for the thumbs up and likes from the audience. So last session, and this will be followed by awards and networking. Great response to the audience, lovely. Thank you so much. So let's begin. We have a sponsor presentation from one of our partners on localization and support from Indian manufacturer. And to present this, we have with us Mr. Siddharth Jain from Advanced Cable Technologies. Welcome on the screen, sir, and request to share your presentation.
Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here at EV Charge 2021, and I'm share my screen. I hope everyone see my screen presently. It's a very interesting time that we all are in right now. A very exciting time for the entire e-mobility business, and we are at the cusp of a major evolution in 2021, wherein mobility is going to become a very large part of this business, of automotive business. We at Advanced Cable have been involved in the automotive, the e-mobility right for the last decades from the time of REVA, and we do multiple things in this business. At present, when we look at an electric vehicle, we look at charging infra cables, which are the AC/DC charging guns, the two-wheeler industrial plugs, the IEC standards, the vehicles inside the cables and assemblies inside the motor to PDU, PDU to battery, AC/DC inlets, and the battery packs for the battery swapping units. So we work with all the companies in this entire range, in this entire gamut, from companies making motors to PDUs to charging station manufacturers, and to the OEMs themselves. As I said to you, we supply the main harnesses for majority of the two-wheeler, three-wheeler industries. We work with the LCV, passenger vehicle, and commercial vehicle markets. When I look at the charging solutions, we typically are looking at charging guns or charging connectors. These could be the DC GB by T, which was the earlier standard which most Indian companies were looking at. Now it's more on the CCS2 combo charging. Then we have the AC Type 2 as per the IEC standard, and a lot of them are also on the Indian plug. I will show you some images of what all we do on this charging infrastructure for the two-wheeler, three-wheeler market. Also, the very interesting part is that Ather has opened its patent a couple of weeks back, and it's allowing anybody in the two-wheeler, three-wheeler market to copy its DC and AC charger gun and assembly for the entire country to look at. So these are some of the products that we manufacture. This is an AC charging gun. This is a DC charging gun. This will be 200 amps charging gun, and this is a CCS2 combo charging gun. All of the assembly and the cables are made in India. Presently, the connectors are imported, and we are working on some projects also to localize the AC connectors in India. These are some more of the other products that we work more on the two-wheeler, three-wheeler markets. So if you see, if you look at Kinetic Green or Piaggio or Mahindra Trio, we supply the blue and green color cables with a 15 amp normal plug, which can be charged at any place in the house. While there are other Chinese connectors, which are in this orange and black cable, the flat or the round connectors, which are popularly used by a couple of the OEMs presently. And the center over here is the Ather charging station. Similarly, on the inlet side, the connectors are all different. Each manufacturer is looking at a separate, and so we make these assemblies also. What is worrying and what needs to be looked at is the standardization of charging infra in the two-wheeler, three-wheeler market. At present, each of the two OEMs are using different connectors, and that is going to make it very difficult to standardize public infra, whether it's AC or DC. While in the passenger vehicles and commercial vehicles, I think so with the Bharat charging standards, we have come to the standard that it's going to be a CCS2 or AC Type 2 or a GB by T. While in the two-wheeler, three-wheeler market, still a lot of variance happening, and that's something the Government of India and Niti Aayog along with the ARI needs to standardize the spec. It will help all the charging stations deploying what is deployed all over the country to become universal, so that any two-wheeler or three-wheeler goes there can get charged over there. So we also have an IEC 62196, which is a draft specification which has come out, which needs to be looked at whether that is possible to be implemented by the Government of India. Typically, what are the problems that are being faced in the EV charging network? The cables and connectors are exposed to very high ambient temperature, especially in certain parts of the country, rain and UV. A lot of physical abuse. We see vehicles have run over the cables. They are left in rain and puddles of water. Cables are dropped at quite a from the height of 1.5 meters, and the connectors break. These cables typically weigh around 17 to 18 kgs for a 5 meter length. So it's extremely difficult for a consumer to lift the whole thing up and charge his vehicle. So it's also would be interesting how the charging station manufacturers can look at some kind of mechanism where the cable load does not come on the consumer, and they have a spring kind of system for somebody to pull and push the connector and the cable back into the charging station. Also, a lot of improper plugging and unplugging causes DC arcing and thereby fires. These are the various standards. The important thing is that when we look at the charging infra, to look at international specifications, IEC or EN standards for the cables and connectors, so that we do not invent and go through the whole chain of problems what have been faced in the West, and we straight away get a product which is going to have a long durability. So it's extremely important to look at the standards over there and not cut any corners due to cost. When we look at India, we are ready to supply all the charging cables that are required, whether it's the inlets for the vehicles with the charging guns, design any other products, and make a durable product which will last for a long time. What we need support is standardization, which will help all of us move at a much faster speed, and by 2025 get a very high volume of EVs into the market. Some of the OEMs that we work presently, Mahindra, Ather, Altigreen, Sun Mobility, Tata, Amphenol, Lexicom, Amaraja. So we work with most of the OEMs, and there are a lot of projects and prototypes which are in final production, going to start production in the coming weeks. So if there are any requirements anybody needs, it's good to reach out to us. We have the certifications from TUV and ARI for whatever is required for this charging infra, and we are looking to further enhance this. On the last slide, what I would like to say is that though the cables and the connectors become a passive part of the network and not active, but they're extremely important because they interconnect everything, like the nerves and the veins in the body. So it's extremely important to take care of this part of the system, so that we are able to get a whole ecosystem which works for a very long time and performs very well. That's it from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful presentation. I'm sure there is a lot to take away for our audience. We are having a short video of our gold partner, Fimmer, requesting my team to start with the video. Alright, so how is the energy level now? How much battery is remaining? We have one session and a watch later on. So, and it's the time to start with the most awaited and most exciting discussion of the day on charging electric vehicle fleets. How to seize the emerging opportunity. And in this panel, I would like to welcome and introduce our panelists all the way from California, USA, Mr. Jay Krishna Radhakrishna Pillai from POV Labs, Bob Labs, one of our partner, Mr. Girish Nagpal from Metrorite, Mr. Anirudh Arun from Blue Smart Mobility, Mr. Gaurav Trivedi from EEE Taxi, Mr. Amit Arora from Lodex, and Ms. Megha Rajpal from Moiway. And to lead the discussion, we have with us Mr. Rajiv YSR, who is from ETO Motors and also the session chair for the panel. So, welcoming everybody, and over to you, Rajiv sir. Next 40 minutes is all yours. Thank you so much.
Hey, thank you very much, Priyanshi. I'm sure you've been through the session throughout the day, but then your energy is just contagious. I don't see that you're tired, and I assume that the audience are also enjoying it the same way. And very glad at this time to host such great, eminent panelists that we have today. Let me tell you, whenever the discussion about electric vehicles used to come, probably a couple of years ago, then the immediate question is how about the charging infra, right? And then there are many jokes and memes which were drawn such a way that is it the charging infra first or the automotive vehicles first, right? The chicken or egg story. But then thanks to different leads, I would strongly say that these leads are taken by the young innovative startups, right? The following now. But innovative leads were taken by the young innovative startups, both in the vehicles and the charging infrastructure, and of course in battery and the BMS. So all of these components started taking their individual parallel tracks, and they are at a very mature stage at this point of time that we no longer need to kind of answer that particular question. So with that as a context and with that as a note, let me welcome all the participants to this interesting thing, because we have seen so far what would be the emerging opportunities, say for example, for vehicle manufacturing, for cell manufacturing, for battery manufacturing, but very few, I would say, conversations around the charging infra, I would say, as a service, charging infra as a business, especially with the B2B segment, be it in cargo or be it in passenger, has taken prominence. Now, without much delay, let me direct certain interesting, I would say, questions to our panelists, and then understand from them how they say and what is their opinion with respect to this. So now, when the electric mobility revolution, generally the general tendency for anybody to look at the growth of an EV revolution is that you look at the number of cars outside, and then if the cars are more, then you say that, hey, yeah, EV is doing great. So many cars of Tesla, hence the EV is flourishing in US, but whereas in India there are too many less EVs. But then ideally the measuring yard in India should be basically the B2B segment, because that's the lowest hanging fruit. That's where actually a lot of action is happening at this point of time, be it into last mile deliveries or last mile connectivity of passengers. And at this point of time, the fleet operators play a very important role. And today we have two such strong fleet operators, including of course myself. One is Megha Rajpal from Moving, and we also have Amit Arora, who always calls himself as the chief driver, who is the CEO of Lodex, right? So now the first question to you, Megha, what do you think, right? As a fleet operator, I understand that you have assumed this role very recently, and then you are really taking it with full force, right? What are those critical, I would say, challenges that you see in terms of the charging needs from the perspective of a fleet operator, please?
Thanks, Rajiv, and thank you for having me on this panel. I hope I'm audible.
Yeah, you are. Please go ahead.
Yeah, so when I look at a fleet, right, I'd like to break this question down into two types of fleet, and I think that is across passenger as well as logistics. One is my fixed route, fixed, sort of area that I work in, which helps my charging become easier because I can predict it, I can set up charging stations for it, and I can have a certain defined length and a planned sort of operation. So that is the easier part. And then we come into the on-demand fleet, again, in logistics and in passenger, where, I need, there's a higher chance of opportunity charging. So I need an ecosystem developed for providing those sort of services. Now, in the first part, I think I won't delve into too much detail, but Mr. Siddharth covered it. That especially in the two-wheeler and three-wheeler space, we're seeing multiple different chargers. Even if I do set up charging infrastructure, how do I set it up? Which I do set up charging infrastructure, how do I set it up? Which pin do I use? Which plug do I use? Which standard do I use? That's a huge question. And beware, and I don't need to think twice about taking a ride or taking an order or so on and so forth. And I have to say that moving. So we are taking an ecosystem approach, developing the electric. So we are basically on demand aggregation, supply infrastructure. So ecosystem, and we're currently in the last mile logistics space. And yeah, that's how I'd like to answer your question.
Okay, great. Thank you, Megha. And I would like to take this to right now to the passenger fleet, B2B fleet operator, which is Tripoli Taxi, Gaurav. Would you like to answer this particular question? That one is, what are definitely the different challenges that you see in terms of charging as a fleet operator?
Thanks. So, what happens, as Tripoli Taxi, we operate a fleet of electric vehicles, essentially in the B2B space, and we also switch our fleet between B2B, and when we don't have any demand on B2B, we put them on demand platform like Uber, MMT, and others for maximizing my fleet utilization. So, as Megha said, that it's between a planned trip and then something on demand. So for fulfilling the demand of a aggregation platform like Uber or MMT, where it's unplanned, definitely opportunity charging has to be capitalized upon. But the problem could be the challenges that we see that we essentially operate, in Delhi, NCR, Hyderabad, Bangalore, and opening other geographies now. What we see that there are trips that we undertake where we realize that the passenger is to be dropped in such a remote. It could be far, extreme end of Greater Noida or in Ghaziabad. That car has already traveled a bit too much, and then we realize that while on our way,
viability, but then success through deploying the proper, I would say, charge management software.
Thanks. Thank you very much for helping me to participate and part of this panel discussion. And thank you, Raji, for introducing me. I hope it is clear. Am I audible?
You are loud and clear. Please go ahead.
Okay. So let me give a perspective from mine, because I think you're right. The commercial fleet segment is a very important growth strategy for the EV adoption. The reason is corporates are looking at net zero emissions. Fundamentally, that's also one of the reasons that you have to look at. And how do you then convert, your organization to a net zero? EV fleets conversion, EV fleets usage is critical across the behavior. And I think one other thing is also important is when you look at your localized, let's say your Uber and other things, there's a lot of things happening in a local area, not on a global area, because your local area can be differentiated in terms of demand, in terms of supply, and then you need to readjust yourself. And I think that's where optimization algorithm, that's where we come in. We don't look into the mobility service provider, but we look into the factors of charging stations, which can be optimized in terms of costing, whether it's integration with the grid services, whether it's vehicle to grid integration. Your vehicle acting like a storage. That's the project that we worked in south of France. So that's in a nutshell what I think that, it's important. And I can further clarify that.
Reserve it for a later point of discussion. That the vehicles giving back the charging to the grid, right? That is something we need to talk. Right now we are only, I would say, worried in one direction, but this is a bi-directional thing, right? Now, at this point of time, let me direct my
Bangalore. So if I talk about Bangalore itself, there are 2 lakh three-wheelers which are running on the road, and I think that should be the first step in how we get them converted, because that's a huge opportunity as a business size as well, right? So how do we bring those vehicles off-road or more importantly, convert them into electric. I think that's, of course, there are a lot of companies already working on it, but I think that's one piece which, again, government needs to look at. How do we get them? That becomes so much that I don't feel that range anxiety. So it's happening that because it is swap, the driver, the moment he gets those 2 bars, he starts feeling jittery. So something which was actually created to reduce the range anxiety actually becomes his dilemma. So I think it's a huge use case. Definitely, there is no two way about that. Swap absolutely is the best option for a B2B fleet. But having said that, it comes with that
amps, 60 amps, 100 amps, 120 amps, and for each kind of current, you need a different connector. So right now we're trying to look at for the AC Type 2 chargers, and for the two-wheeler, three-wheeler market, we are unfortunately stuck with multiple people use.
I thought I would be into the EV revolution, working very closely, but I always wondered, will Indian Oil Corporation Limited or BPCL, will they provide a bunk to each of these homes when they sell the vehicle? But unless the EV also kind of gets into that particular mode, how is the mass deployment going to happen? That was a question that used to bother me a lot. And then thanks to different players, especially in terms of the captive, I would say, operations, right? Where I say, hey, you know what? I take care of your complete hub, and whether it is last mile deliveries or last mile mobility of passengers, I take care of the complete hub, and then I set up the infrastructure here, not just these regular vehicles, but then even the B2C vehicles also can come and charge. I think when these new models came and opened up, that was when there was, I think, from a regular, I would say,
they are offering infra works very well for both B2B and B2C. Because unfortunately, swapping currently in Indian context can only work in B2B, but captive charging can work for both B2B and B2C. Specifically, when you are talking about an ecosystem where 95% of India's last mile logistics is unorganized. So we just can't rely on few swapping stations for doing swapping. We have to discuss and we have to collaborate with the customers for depot.
Depot charging must be encouraged. Because only when all these auxiliaries work together, that is when, because the problem is too big to be solved by any one such, I would say, individual solution. But yeah, thanks for your inputs. Now let me talk to JK, right? Now, how do you suggest, at least to the fleet operators and then the fleet owners, and especially you bring a lot of learning and opportunity from the West, where there are at least few, I would say, decades ahead in terms of the electric mobility revolution. How do you think choosing the right EVSE supply chain for a fleet will help the fleet optimize their charging infra and optimize their costs? JK?
I think that's a very important question because, it depends upon what category.
And we also have, fleet investor and driver cum owner models on which we offer, in a DCO model, we offer driver commissions, and in fleet investor models, there are investor returns that we give. Coming to the profitability part, definitely, see, per unit, our unit economic wise, per car, we are positive. There could be overhead charges in since it's a startup ecosystem and we understand it's a capex heavy business. So that overall profitability may take some time, but on a unit economic basis, definitely we work on a unit economic positive thing. So yeah.
Brilliant. I know that was a very, I would say, a direct, tough question, but thank you. You answered it very brilliant and in a very confident way. That's very interesting. Now, let me move to our Girish, right? Now, Girish, tell me, what is the kind of response that you are getting from the metro, right? That is number one. Number two, have you attempted some of these options that have been discussed at this point of time, where the charging infra could be provided by, right, different, I would say, mainstream people, where the regular activities of income is something else, but then the charging could be a passive income that they could earn, and then which could be used by the fleet operators like you. Can you talk about them, Girish?
Sure, Rajiv. So if you talk about the response, let me just go from the B2C way, because that's what we do. So connect the customer in an affordable, punctual and sustainable way. So that's what I think we've been able to bring a mark. The fact that 80% of our customers are repeat customers happens because when we started building this business, I think there were two things which we realized after we did our customer research, that the affordability and the wait times, because the TG I cater to is a daily commuter, right? So I might not cater to everybody, but anybody who's going to use my services is more often than not a daily commuter. And if you're using something every single day or maybe multiple times in a day, I think affordability and being on time was the biggest KPI we had put forward as a team. And in the last 6 months, we've served more than 70,000 customers, and happy to share that our average wait time was 2 minutes and 1 second, which actually has been really remarkable and a new benchmark in the sector, I would say. And that's what I think customers love. Yes, everybody likes as a good to have when you talk about sustainability or a green, but as an end customer, let me just share it openly. I'm sure as long as it is available at a price I can afford, as long as it meets everything, then it's a good to have, right? Just because it is green, nobody's going to come to me. So we as a company, and I'm sure the fleets have to own this as a bigger responsibility. Yes, it helps us in being sustainable, but I'm sure it has a big commercial angle also. When you're running bigger kilometers, definitely electric makes a lot of sense, right? So that's also one of the things which we've been able to bring into the offering. So coming back to your question of the charging infrastructure model which you were suggesting, as of now we've not been able to use that, Rajiv, because as I said, most of our vehicles are swap, right? And for swap you need a dedicated charging facility, and of course you need a very different kind of infrastructure. Yes, for we have a few vehicles wherein people, so the drivers owner model, wherein the driver just drives on our platform. In those cases, yes, they use. So there are, especially in Delhi, Noida kind of market, there are actually a lot of these parking lots which people have created. Of course, given the kind of amount of e-rickshaws you have in the Delhi NCR market, right? So there are people who've actually converted their backyards, like you said, walls into parking / charging infrastructure. And most of, in fact, a lot of our drivers in Delhi and Noida, they actually use those kind of hubs.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Girish. Now, before I ask the next question, I would like to ask the audience, if at all you have certain questions that you want our panelists to answer or one of us to answer, you can probably put them onto the chat. We'll pick those questions. And now this is and very soon, another 6 minutes, we kind of conclude where I would also summarize. But then let me ask this point, which I said I would get back towards the end of it to JK. Right. So you are talking about giving it back to the grid. Now, how far do you think India and the Indian market is from that, I would say, stage where everybody considers this as not just an expense but as an investment, because probably in the nights, right, they can give it back to the grid, or in the daytimes they can give it back to the grid. Yes, JK.
Yeah, I mean, one of the main factors is, like, if you look at the retail car, like passenger cars, 95% of cars are parked mostly. I mean, that's what the stat says. Now, if you're parking a car stationary, it's a stationary storage there. There you go. Like, your car is parked, it's not moving. Obviously, your storage is not needed. So how do you use that storage? And one other thing is important is, well, what is the cost for your vehicle? Electric vehicle, the most important part of the store, it's your battery. That's the most costliest part. Now, if you have new revenue models for your battery, well, that's what the OEM wants their customers to, right? So I think, like, yes, there is a technology, which is basically being, especially the number of cycles of batteries and things like that, which is needed to achieve a particular range to actually look at B2G. But for example, like Nissan and Renault, Nissan has a commercial vehicle Leaf 3, which basically is what we used in a project in south of France at the train station to push back to the grid. Now, it need not be the grid; it could be the building. So your solar actually pushes across to your car, and when your car is stationary, obviously you can put it back to the building. And this is what the OEM is also looking at. If you look at F-150, the Ford, now that's actually the biggest selling truck in the US market. And you're talking about next year, Ford is coming up with the price which is less than the basic model, which is less than the price of an IC truck. at the same level. And you are then looking at 9 kilowatt of vehicle to grid or vehicle to building being pushed back from a port, which is 140 kilowatt hour capacity. So the value that you can bring out from this is not just about back, but also about one-way charging. I think we missed that low-hanging fruit here. Managed charging is absolutely vital, because if you have 50 cars, each having 22 level 2 chargers, you're then talking about a demand hiking. Now, when you plug in your car, because every car gets charged, and most of the time people come to the office at the same time, for example. So you're then looking at how to actually shift the peak to reduce the peak and look at local ways of optimization, because local demand and supply varies because of the fact that there's an ongoing demand. It's not like at a particular period of time everybody comes to the train station, but at a particular point of time when the trains are moving, yes, that's where we need to tap in and see how to make these models work. On an Indian perspective, it's very early. I know the markets are, but I feel that there can be, reasonable categories of projects that we can actually look at it also. And last but not least, the mindset of people. I think, I see stuff of mindset where you actually go to the petrol pump, 10 minutes, put your stuff and get it full tank. And the mindset of charging an EV is different. Now, it's like your old mobile phones and the new mobile phones. But if you need your smartphone to actually charge, obviously you would plug it in. The same thing will work for EVs also, I feel. If you need your charge, well, you go and get some critical charge from a fast charging if you're going for a long haul. And that's how the attitude and the mindset needs to be changed as well. And that's where we need education and OEMs to come back and educate people for that. Thank you.
Thank you, JK. Thank you. Thank you all the panelists for sharing your valuable insights. Just to sum it up, it is very much clear there is a huge opportunity for charging infra as a business model in multiple streams, be it B2B, be it B2C, whether it is people mobility or whether it is, I would say, the cargo mobility. Then the fleet operators, the younger fleet operators, the most recent ones like Moving, etc., and Loadex, and I would say Ito, and right, when these fleet operators are coming and trying to solve this particular problem, I think they are already taking care of the supply and the demand aspect. Now we see more number of vehicles on the road, again thanks to Triple Taxi, right, giving that unsaid message of, right, hey, you know what, don't worry, electric vehicles can run. And of course, there are certain innovative points that we have spoken about of how these vehicles can actually give it back to the grid, right? How can a different business model, even for the B2C customer, can emerge, especially from the charging perspective, though we are a couple of years away from such kind of a thing happening in India. But I think this is such an interesting, I would say, conversation I had with all of you. Thank you very much, Girish, JK, Megha, Siddharth, Gaurav, and Amit. And it was an absolute pleasure talking to you. And I'm sure our audience benefited a lot, were excited a lot. And with such young, I would say, leaders and taking this electric mobility revolution from the forefront, I'm sure the $150 billion of the current account deficit that we have only because of the oil import bills, right? Very soon we would be surplus, and India would start becoming, evolve to be the leader in the EV revolution. And I have no doubt about that being happening, and very, I would say, proud to be part of such a feat that is happening. Thank you very much, e-mobility. Thank you, Priyanshi, and thank you, Pallab, for arranging this fantastic talk. And now I leave it to the audience and Priyanshi to take it forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much, all our esteemed panelists. Glad to witness a wonderful session once again. Rajiv sir, just a note to thank you for your excellent job on moderating this panel. As always, you were impressively well prepared and extremely professional in the way you kept us all at the height of our attention for almost an hour. Plus, you were phenomenal in making the panelists all appear at their very best. So let's have a round of applause for all the energetic panelists. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
But hello, wait. So the show is not over yet. It's time to witness the most awaited gala show of the year, the EV Charge Leadership Award 2021. We will be starting in next 2 minutes, exactly at 5:10. So please, audience, grab your seats, and we'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, please.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Great to have you all.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we can start the ceremony now. A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome to the ceremony of EV Charge India Leadership Awards 2021. After the very knowledgeable and insightful sessions of our conference that you attended, now I would like you all to grab your cup of coffee, sit back and enjoy the unveiling of our very dynamic and deserving winners. I am Geeta, and I have Anjali, your host and host for the evening. We at eMobility Plus look forward to celebrate this outstanding evening with our very incredible participants and audience members. So before we start our countdown and hand over our awards, it will be a pleasure for me to welcome our guest of honor, who is a pioneer in the energy sector and is an internationally recognized authority on the design and implementation of scalable, replicable, and impactful business models for promoting energy efficiency across the sectors. May I please request Shri Saurabh Kumar, Executive Vice Chairperson, EESL Group, to kindly come on the screen. Sir, the screen is all yours.
Good afternoon, Ms. it's a great pleasure and honor to be here on this EV Charge India Awards 2021. Let me thank eMobility Plus for inviting me and also putting together this very impressive 2-day conclave, which comes really at the right time where we as a country are seeing so much activity in the EV space. Just for the benefit of everyone present here, in June of 2021, the Government of India remodeled the FAME scheme and took 3 very critical decisions which will impact the way EV will usher in this country. The first was, of course, the program got extended by a couple of years. It was to end in March of 2022. And that was done largely because when the program started, we had the elections, and soon after that, the pandemic broke, and for the last 1.5 years, practically the entire auto industry is really unable to come back. So this was the first thing that was done. Number 2 was two-wheelers, as you know, all of us know, is about 70% of our fleet, and one of the reasons why electric two-wheelers have not found favor of many is the fact that their capital cost continues to be high. So Government of India increased the subsidy available by 50% from 10,000 rupees per kilowatt hour to 15,000 rupees per kilowatt hour. Now that has really propelled a lot of change. All of you would know that Ola has already come out with very ambitious plans of a mega factory that they have unveiled in Tamil Nadu. They've started taking booking. The great news was that on day 1, they got a booking of over 1 lakh scooters. So that's a big step, I would say, as far as adoption of EVs is concerned. There were 2 other decisions clubbed together, which is the third point I wanted to make in the FAME 2. We were given this honor of aggregating demand for 3-wheelers and also for buses. We have been asked by the Government of India to aggregate and roll out 300,000 3-wheelers in a matter of next 2.5 years. There are various use cases for these 3-wheelers. You have the entire logistic chain that is looking at conversion from the IC engine fleet to E3-wheelers. Also, you have many progressive municipal bodies who are now turning to electric garbage collection. The vehicles used for garbage collection are being converted to electric vehicles. The third, of course, is something, again, I would say, which a lot of state governments are doing, is to provide permit-free approvals for electric 3-wheelers. And there are several others that are coming up, gas delivery, etc., etc. And I'm sure many of you would have noticed, but I'm glad to announce that we did come out with the world's largest EV tender of 100,000 electric 3-wheelers, which is due in the first week of September. The second thing that has been asked and which we are doing is aggregate electric buses. While there has been a lot of talk about buses, what we have seen is that the number of buses on the ground are far and few. So the government has decided that instead of spreading their resources thin, these buses will be initially deployed only in the 9 4 million plus cities. It will be deployed on a OPEX model, and with the aggregation that ESL has been doing in the past, we hope that the per kilometer rate reduces substantially to make this viable for various STUs. Just for information, the lowest cost of a 9-meter bus that has been discovered on an OPEX mode is 79 rupees per kilometer, which is very high, almost 14 to 15 rupees higher than the diesel version. Our attempt and endeavor is to bring this cost down below 50 by A, aggregation, B, homogenization of demand, trying to have a standard technical specifications. And for that purpose, next week you will see that we are issuing a grand challenge, which we are requesting the 4 billion plus city STUs to participate in. and to agree on a host of things, including standard technical specifications, robust payment security mechanisms, and so on and so forth. We hope to come out with perhaps the world's another very large tender of nearly 4,000 to 5,000 buses in the month of October. And therefore, with all these efforts that the government and its various agencies are doing, I think the critical piece is charging infrastructure. I am sure over the last 2 days, the kind of impressive experts and speakers that were assembled would throw up many, many innovative and new ideas as to how do we promote and scale up charging infrastructure in this country. I'll be very glad if I can be provided some information about what has been the takeaways from the summit, which will help us immensely in shaping the e-mobility ambition of this country. So let me once again thank e-mobility plus all the partners for having invited me and giving me space in this occasion. I wish you all the very best, and together we will make sure we become a pollution-free, one of the leaders in e-mobility in the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your very enlightening remarks. They were really wonderful. Great to know how much ETSL is working towards this. And sir, you are a role model, and you have contributed highly to the development of e-mobility and energy sector in India. It will be our great honor to present you with a token of appreciation for your very outstanding contribution. So we would like to present an award to you, sir.
Thank you very much. I humbly accept this on behalf of
Thank you, sir. And it's an honor for us to present you this, this award, and hope that the great work continues. Thank you so much, sir, for your time and gracing our award ceremony today. Dear participants, this year the awards have been more grand, and it has been all possible because of our audit partner, Frost & Sullivan. We will be having Mr. Kaushik Madhavan with us in just a short while. So we'll have to wait for him. And what we're going to do now is still we are waiting for him to come in. So after that, we'll be starting with our award ceremony. I think Mr. Madhavan is going to take a little while. So dear audience, let us start with our award ceremony. So the countdown has begun and the dhak-dhak started. Beginning with our first set of awards, that are Company Excellence Awards. And the first category is the Charge Point Operator of the Year. So let me give you a little brief about our winning company. The company is enabling faster adoption of electric vehicle by providing all type of AC and DC chargers. Presently, they are operating 200 plus EV charging points. The company has been instrumental in adding 100 plus charge points in last fiscal year. They provide a complete end-to-end EV charging solution for both the home and commercial EV charging segment. So let us see who has won this award. And the winner is Voltec EV Charging Solutions. May I request Mr. Varun Chaturvedi, MD and CEO of the company, to kindly accept the award.
Thank you, Geeta. Yeah, thank you, E-Mobility Plus, for this award, and really great. I accept from my side and from my team side, whole team is privileged with such award because, not only Voltec, all stakeholders are really working very hard for making electric mobility a success story in India, and that is where these kind of recognition really make sense to put more effort, because we have a long journey to go. We have just started almost 3-4 years. Every company is putting lots of efforts. Which segment it doesn't matter which segment they are operating. As a Voltic, yeah, we are really committed for developing EV charging infrastructure across India, because we know, everybody knows that backbone or prime requirement for making electric mobility a success is the charging infrastructure. Either it's a home charging or public or commercial charging. So we are trying to cater all the segment, covering home charging, fleet charging segment, public charging segment, and this is really making a huge impact to us to get such kind of recognitions, to get more enthusiasm and more fuel in coming time. That is where we are going to add more charging station. So I really thank eMobility Plus to and the other team members to inviting us and honoring us for this award. Thanks from whole Voltic EV charging team. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Varun, and heartiest congratulations to the entire team for winning this prestigious award. Okay, so moving on to our second category of Company Excellence Award. Well, the category is Best in Class EV Charging Infrastructure. Our winning company has designed and manufactured an extensive public fast charging network and offers fast, reliable, and safe charging solutions. It provides network spans across 170 plus charging points in 22 cities. The charging stations are located in majorly frequented places, along with home chargers and portable chargers, keeping in mind different needs and use cases. Quite an amazing work by the company. So let us know who the winner is. Well, and the award goes to Ather Energy. May I request Zara Ahmed, Lead Charging Infrastructure Relations, to kindly accept the award. Do we have Zara with us? Do we have Zara from Ather Energy or any other representative from Ather to kindly accept the award? I think our winner is not is facing some issue. So, do we have any other representative from Ather? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be moving to our next awards, and if we get connected with Zara, we'll definitely have them on the screen. So, moving it to our next category. Our next winner, in fact, in the category of Best in Class EV Charging Infrastructure category, is a company which has various EV charging stations with slow and fast charging, having both fast and slow moderate charger type with charger connectors, combined charging system as per approved by BIS and DST standards. The company has installed 200 of electric vehicle charging stations at Delhi, Jaipur, and Chandigarh. So let us know who the winner is. And the award goes to Rajasthan Electronics and Instruments Limited. May I request Sri Rakesh Chopra, MD, REIL, to kindly accept the award. Do we have Mr. Chopra? So just wait for a little more while to have Mr. Chopra on the screen. Mr. Chopra? Or any other representative from REIL would like to accept this award? Okay. I think we'll have to invite Mr. Chopra back on the screen as soon as he joins. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will move on to our next category of awards. Our next winner of Best Network Service Provider of the Year is a company that runs various channels to optimize their customer reach and handle issues with redundancy. The company runs on a BBC model where they supply customers with legacy software to manage their e-vehicles, their chargers, and also use subscription funnel on these channels. So let us see which is the company, and the award goes to Lit Energies. May I request Mr. Ghanshyam Shekhawat, founder and CEO, to kindly accept the award.
Thank you, Ms. Geeta. Thank you for inviting me to your platform and making this for our initiative. And I've also been told there are great things going on in this space, and there was a nice plethora of information available in the last 2 days, which has helped me and my team to work on things in a little more effective way. And we're also trying to launch in many other segments of markets. So you will be seeing us soon again in many more awards and many more functions. So that's all from Lit Energies. Stay safe, stay there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and heartiest congratulations on the very great win. Okay, moving on to our next category, which is it is Best EVSE Manufacturer of the Year Rising Star. As I always do, let me give you a small hint about the winning company. It was launched in 2020 with a goal to accelerate the adoption of electric mobility by providing state-of-the-art platform to their members. The company is currently on a mission to accelerate the mass adoption of EVs in India and Europe by building an anxiety-proof network of smart chargers for the early adopters and first movers. And the award goes to GoEgo Network. May I request Mr. Dhiman Kadam, co-founder and director of the company, to kindly accept the award.
Hey, thank you. Thanks for making us the rising star. Yeah, it's been just a year that we founded this company, and thanks for making us the charger manufacturer of the year. Just to let you all know that we are all in this together. This community of EV enthusiasts and people who are working in this industry will always define what goes ahead and what makes us a big success and how we win the war against the ICE. And that's something which we all should look forward to. We all are in this together. As I always say, the market is huge. It's all about how fast we can promote adoption and get it done. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, and heartiest congratulations to the entire team of GoEgo. That's a very unique name, GoEgo. Can you just tell me, like, how did you think about this name?
Yeah, it's actually thought of by our founder, Mr. Shantan Chakravarti. It's Go Electric Go. It's something which was very close to his heart when he was in the Netherlands, and that was something which he brought the dream of making it in India, and that is why we did all the hard work and got a manufacturing unit here. So that's how we are.
Quite a trending name, I must say. It's really a unique and trending name. So again, heartiest congratulations to the entire team of GoEgo Network.
Thank you. Thanks.
Okay, so moving on to our awards. Our winner for the next category, Best EVA. Best EVSE Manufacturer of the Year is the company that manufactures and sells AC and DC charging stations that are smart, look great, and built with patented technology. Intelligent solutions where charging stations are integrated with their computer vision platform to enable parking space availability, detection, and automated user authentication. So let us know who this award goes to. And the award goes to EVRE. May I request Mr. Chandresh Sethia, co-founder of the company, to kindly accept the award. Do we have Mr. Chandresh? So I'll just wait for a little more time for him to join. Or do we have any other representative from the company to accept the award? Two, three. Okay, I think we do not have the winner joined with us today, and let us wait. Let us see if they join in back and we see them. We'll definitely get them on the screen and present the award once again to them. Heartiest congratulations to the team on winning this award. Moving on to our next category. Well, the next winner of Best EVSE Manufacturer of the Year is the company that offers AC chargers of 7 kilowatt, 10 kilowatt, and 22 kilowatt capacity, and DC chargers from 30 kilowatt to 360 kilowatt capacity. Their main focus lies in the DC charging sector. They have created full product range to offer to customers to allow them to get all the benefits of the subsidies. So let us see who this amazing company is. And the award goes to... And the award goes to Tyrex Chargers. May I request Mr. Arth Patel, co-founder and CEO of the company, to kindly accept the award.
Hello, Geeta. Thank you for providing this amazing opportunity to be one of the winning companies at E-Mobility Awards. Our entire team is very honored to have this award, and this brings us one step closer to our entire company's vision and our dream to be one of the leading manufacturers in the country for the e-mobility segment, and doing our part and our end to help the country grow in the e-mobility sector. Thank you so much once again to the entire team of E-Mobility Plus and First View Media for giving this honor to us.
Thank you so much, and heartiest congratulations to the entire team of Tyrex Chargers.
Thank you so much.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's go on to our next category. Our next category is Best Green Procurement Initiatives. So let me give you a little hint about our winning company. To promote the green initiatives, our winner has taken the steps of procurement of energy efficient Class A items like transformers, e-vehicle contracts with Zoomcar, procurement of e-scooters for operations and maintenance, energy charging stations for e-vehicles and taxis like Uber. Lot of appreciation from us to the great work by this company. So let us see who the winner is. And the award goes to BSES Rajdhani Power Limited. May I request Shri Rakesh Bansal, Vice President, to kindly accept the award. Do we have Mr. Bansal? Or do we have any other representative from BSES to kindly take this award? Do we have Mr. Bansal, Mr. Rakesh Ranjan, or any other representative from BSES? Just a second more, and then we will move on to our next category. Any other representative from BSES? All right, heartiest congratulations to the entire team of BSES for the green procurement initiatives that they have taken. So moving on to our next awards. All right, so the next category of awards is Best EV Charging Provider of the Year. Our winning company is one of the leading EV solution provider in India. It offers both slow AC and fast DC chargers for the industry requirements, fulfilling the needs of both home and commercial charging requirements. In the last year, it has delivered new solutions in the EV charging segment, which shows their technical strength and solution-based approach for the adoption of EV in India. Now, let us know which is this winning company. And the award goes to Delta. May I request Mr. Nikhil Gupta, Business Head EV and PVI Business, to kindly accept the award. Do we have Mr. Gupta or any representative from Delta to take away the award? Do we have any representative from Delta? All right. So 3, 2, 1. Well, heartiest congratulations to the entire team of Delta for this very, very great win. Let us move to our next awards, and Anjali, kindly take over.
Our next award category is Best Consumer Proposition of the Year. Just a slight hint about the winning company. They used AI, IoT, and process innovation for delivering. As a result, in 6 months, they have served 75,000 customers with an average wait time of 2 minutes 1 second per ride, which is a new benchmark for their sector. All this was delivered at an average tariff of only Rs 14 per ride. No wonder almost 82% of our customers are repeat customers. Quite a great work, I must say. And the winner is... Metro Ride. May I request Mr. Girish Nagpal, CEO and co-founder, to kindly accept the award and say a few words.
Thank you, Anjali and team eMobility Plus for this wonderful recognition. Well, at the risk of sounding cliched, let me just say we are here because of our consumers, and I'm sure this goes for every single company out here. And when we were building Metro Ride last year, two things were very clear which came out of our very extensive market research which we did. And these were the daily commuter wanted affordability and minimal wait times. And I'm glad that we were able to deliver that till now, and I'm sure we will keep bettering these KPIs for us so that the consumer loves us and keeps coming back to us. Thank you once again, the team at eMobility Plus, for recognizing us. And consumer definitely is the king, and we will keep getting better to serve them even more so. Thank you.
Heartiest congratulations to you, sir.
Congratulations to the entire team of Metro Ride. Moving on to our next winner. So our next winner of Best Consumer Proposition of the Year is the company, which focused a lot on community awareness. They created campaigns with multiple local bodies and aided adoption in the farthest reaching corners. Their primary PH 1.0 incentivized lit points brings accessible, clearly sourced juice for the next EV trip and a promise of higher than market speeds of charging at versatile locations, bringing charge times near 1.5 hours, accessible to everyone at base prices. So let us know who this amazing company is. And the award goes to And the award goes to And the award goes to Lit Energies. So we have Mr. Ghanshyam Singh Shekhawat, founder and CEO of the company. Kindly accept the award.
Thank you, Ms. Geeta, again. It's a great achievement to be recognized on this platform again. So our basic approach was to reach the farthest corners possible, because India, as we know, is a rural country, and most of the population resides in rural areas, and we cannot be straight up ignorant of the fact that most of our grain requirements and all of the working class people come from the farthest corners of India to make this possible. And these initiatives we are doing here, the last 2 days we have discussed here, are for those people who are trying to commute for cheaper, who are trying to get ahead in a fast-moving world. So for that, we are here, and we are enabling people from different varieties of location and different backgrounds to get on the network and help others and help each other in the community building exercise. So thank you again. Thank you, eMobility Plus, and thanks for the award.
Thank you so much, and heartiest congratulations once again on this great win. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have our next winner of the category Best Consumer Proposition of the Year. Can we have the category? All right, a little bit about our winning company. The company plays a lead role in setting examples as a responsible corporate player for fast adoption of electric mobility. The company is also a member of EV100 Club and committed to electrify its fleet in a phased manner. Being a regulated distribution licensee, the company is committed towards providing services and strengthening the distribution infrastructure in an optimal manner to promote electric mobility without impacting the service level of existing customers. The majority of EV charging station 2, 3 and 4-wheelers are expected to be on the LT network, which is going to be intercepted with existing consumers. Amazing work by this company. So let us know who the award goes to. And the award goes to BSES Rajdhani Power Limited. May I request Shri Abhishek Ranjan, Vice President, to kindly accept the award. So do we have Mr. Ranjan with us?
Good evening, everyone. Abhishek sir could not join today due to some other exigency. On behalf of him, I am here to receive that award.
So would you like to switch on the camera?
Yes.
Okay, we're not able to see you. Yeah, it's fine now. Yeah, please.
It's an honor and privilege to us to receive the award on behalf of entire BRPL team. We sincerely thank EV Charge India team to recognize the BRPL initiatives in the direction of smooth transitions to our electric mobility. Thanks once again. Thank you.
Sure, and heartiest congratulations to the entire very hardworking team of BSES out there. Thank you so much.
Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. All right, let us move to our next category, ladies and gentlemen. And the category is Best EV Charging Management System. Let me give you a hint about the winning company. They are a startup that offer digital SaaS platform for the management of various value chains of energy flow in electric mobility. It has a cutting-edge cloud-native multi-vendor plug-and-play platform designed using the latest software architecture to be secure and scalable. And let us see who the winner is. And the award goes to... And the award goes to Numocity Technologies. May I request Mr. Santosh Kumar, Director Engineering, to kindly accept the award.
Thank you, Geeta. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are.
Yeah. Good evening, all, and thank you so much. It's a huge honor to accept this award on behalf of everyone at Numocity. This is an exemplary example that what can be achieved if we have a good team. So I would like to thank whole team at Numocity. Without them, we don't have possible. So this award for sure inspires us at Numocity to work even harder and smarter and contribute more to EV domain. And finally, I'd like to thank eMobility Plus for recognizing us and supporting. Thank you.
Heartiest congratulations to you, sir, on a great win, to you and your entire team.
Thank you.
Our next winner of Best EV Charging Management System is the company that provides a platform of EV fleet operators, which provides a platform for EV fleet operators and individual customers to charge at various EV charging stations belonging to different operators from a single interface. They also provide a single interface to reserve a parking spot and charging slot. Let us see who the winner of this award, and the award goes to Electrify. May I request Mr. Sumit Ahuja, Founder and Director, to please accept the award, or Mr. Ramesh Arora, the Director of the company. May I request Mr. Sumit or Mr. Rakesh to accept the award, please.
Or do we have any other representative from Electrify who would like to accept the award? Well, heartiest congratulations to the entire team of Electrify for winning this prestigious awards. Let us move on to our next category of awards. Coming to our next category, it is Public-Private Partnership of the Year. Let us know a little bit about this partnership and project. It is an intercity e-mobility prototypical transformative mobility and battery storage program based on licensing reforms of MOP for electric corridors on minimalistic capex and self-sustainable OPEX. Out of 12 NH marked by MOP to be converted in e-corridors, 2 are being done on the annuity hybrid e-mobility model for NH EV 2020 as India's first e-highway. Quite a great work by the company and a great project, I must say. So let us know which partnership has won this amazing award. It is NHEV. Now may I request Mr. Abhijit Sinha, the project director, to kindly accept the award. So do we have Mr. Sinha with us? If not Mr. Sinha, do we? Okay, we have.
Hi, Geeta. Good
Hello,
evening.
Mr. Sinha.
It's good to hear you. We have been listening a lot of and reading a lot of your articles. Thank you,
Congratulations, sir.
and thank you, everyone. It's not actually an award to NHEV. It's an award to the partnership which we have managed to bring on the ground. Last year, when we were given this award, we were about to enter into the trial run for the concept which we initially tried within our physical and other business model related Excel sheets on the ground between Delhi and Agra. But this year, when we are again nominated, and thank you again for won this award, I have little more perspective to share, and I'm sure that everyone who has participated in this long run of maybe more than 1 year, now it's second year, to complete this entire ecosystem in a way where you can convert your highways into e-highway. We were not okay with numbers, clear with numbers, but now we can actually give you in confidence that any electric vehicle between Delhi, Jaipur and Agra, if it gets shut down, we can send them electric backup in 30 minutes. Any fleet operator who wishes to do an operation between Delhi, Jaipur and Agra can get vehicles on 30% lesser showroom price tags. Any investor who is investing on these charging stations, they can get their break even in 36 months. And any charger or OPEX which is utilized in capital expenditure, their utilization is above 30%. So these numbers came from the last trial run. We invite all of you to join our next trial run between Delhi and Jaipur. More of thanking to partners who spend their time, and again thanking eMobility Plus for keeping us a piloting agency, not into wrong equivalences of doing some other procurement or business modeling for the purpose of one component. Because as an ecosystem, converting an e-highway to e-highway, it's very, very much important for the e-mobility industry. Thank you once again, and thank you everyone who has contributed in National Highway EV.
Thank you so much, and heartiest congratulations to the entire team for this great partnership and the great work that you're doing. Thank you.
Welcome.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be moving to our next category of awards, and the category is Best Smart Charging Solution Provider of the Year. Let me give you a little hint about our winning company. They are Vadodara-based EV charging solution company, which have launched 2 new Type 2 AC chargers. These are dual gun chargers with maximum 7.7 kilowatt power output. The video wall chargers claims to be first product in the Indian market that allows for media display on its 55-inch screen, enabling advertising as a revenue stream while the users charging their electric cars. This is a charging service which would be the first ever product launch in India. Amazing launch, I must say. So let us see who the award goes to. And the award goes to Tesco ChargeZone Private Limited. May I request Mr. Kinjal Agarwal Haryani, Manager Business Development and Strategy, to kindly accept the award.
Thank you, Geeta. Thank you, First View Media Ventures, for recognizing and honoring us for this award. It's been an adventurous journey throughout for making of ChargeZone as a company who is now serving 2,000 plus electric vehicles all over India. So special thanks to our ChargeZone team who has made this achievement possible. Thank you so much.
And heartiest congratulations to the entire team of ChargeZone for this wonderful achievement, I must say.
Thank you. Thank you, Geeta.
Okay, so next in line are the awards for So we have the awards for Atmanirbhar Company of the Year. So our first winner for this award is a company that has won the largest charging station establishment tender by KSEBL. They are creating an infrastructure of 29 proper charging stations with more than 120 chargers. The company's charger firmware is 100% localized and made in India. So let us know who this Make in India company is. And the award goes to Tyrex Chargers. So may I request Mr. Arth Patel, co-founder and CEO of the company, to kindly accept the award. Mr. Patel, do we have Mr. Patel with us?
Mr. Patel is busy in some of the tasks. On behalf of Mr. Patel and Team Tyrex, I'm accepting this award. I'm really, that Team Tyrex is really grateful to this event organizer and selecting us as Atmanirbhar Company of the Year. And definitely we are going to contribute best innovative things to upcoming times for these e-mobility segments. Thank you. Thank you all juries and members. Thank you.
Congratulations to you on a great win. Congratulations to you and your entire team. So our next winner of Atmanirbhar Company of the Year is company. So Atmanirbhar Company of the Year is a company that provides world-class infrastructure with integrated manufacturing facilities, automated SMT lines, clean room PCB assemblies. They offer world-class products made in India. Company gross turnover is rupees 270 crore and creates a new milestone even after getting hit by pandemic. So let us know who this amazing company is, and the award goes to and the award goes to Genius Innovation Limited. May I request Mr. Harshvardhan Sharma, Vice President, to kindly accept the award. Mr. Harshvardhan, can we have you on the screen, please? Or else do we have anybody else from the company itself?
I think we will get connected with them as soon as they log in, and we'll definitely have them back on the screen to accept the award.
Or else we can announce it at the last so that they can...
Yes, we'll definitely do that for all the winners who have not been able to log in at time and be available on the screen.
Absolutely.
Right. So let us start with our next category. So moving on to our next category, which is... Well, the category is Best Customer Initiative of the Year CPO. Let us see why this company is winning the award. The company is focused on a lot of community awareness programs. After researching over 200 plus clients, they found the right approaches to be made. They created campaigns with multiple local bodies, including government, to boost and aid adoption in farthest reaching corners. They worked keenly on creating a green vehicle owner club of sorts, which helped create a better network. And that's an amazing work, I must say. So the award goes to this amazing company. And let us see who the company is. And the award goes to Lit Energies. May I request Mr. Ghanshyam again to kindly come on the screen and accept the award.
Thank you, Ms. Gita, again for giving this opportunity to taking a category third award in this platform of yours. I would like to specially thank the Honorable Chief Speaker, Mr. Saurabh Kumar, and the rest of the sponsors and delegates, the partners who are sponsoring this event, for all of us and making this collaborative efforts between partners and charging infrastructures, manufacturers, and first to platform and introduction basis. So, customer initiative was our standardized focus, and we are constantly working on this ahead and ahead. We'd also like to make an outreaching hand for all the other people on this market to join us as well. So this is all from my side. Over to you, Gita. Stay safe, stay healthy.
Thank you so much. So you have 3 awards in a row and must be feeling really great. आज आप पार्टी कहाँ करने वाले हैं वैसे? So 3 awards हैं, you know, your entire team deserves this party. So we're going to have it today.
Absolutely. The team is working completely on this project for last 1.5 years and they deserve some reward in some sorts. So we'll be looking forward to it and we'll be celebrating on all the time. Thank you.
Great. So party hard, and since you're working so hard, so definitely party harder.
Absolutely.
All right. And heartiest congratulations to the entire team of Lit Energies again. Thank you so much. All right, moving on to dear audience members, moving on to our next award, and the category is well, time to announce the winning company of our next generation EV charging infrastructure, and the company deserves this award because it has been able to scale its EV charging hub model in different geographies across Delhi NCR and has been able to serve more than 2.5 lakh charging transactions that has dispensed over 2.5 million units of kilowatt hours through its EV charging business. They offer smart products and services to cater to multiple industry use cases. So let us know who this amazing company is. And the award goes to Blue Smart Mobility. May I request Ms. Meher Aluwalia, Media Marketing Specialist, to kindly accept the award. So do we have Ms. Meher? Do we have a representative from the company to accept the award? So I'll just wait for the count of 3. So it's 1, 2, 3. Ms. Meher? All right. I think there's a login network or connectivity issue from our winner side. Never mind, we will definitely get them back on the screen once we have them. So heartiest congratulations to the entire team of Blue Smart Mobility. With that, let us get moving on to our next awards. Well, our proud winner of One Stop Shop Service Provider of the Year is an installer which has many efficient solutions to provide to the customers. They have partnered with few OEMs like Delta, ChargeMode, Static, Voltec, and P2 Power as the channel partners in the East. The company has also partnered with Tata Power for their licensing and installation of home and commercial EV chargers. Now let us know who the award goes to. And the award goes to Solartron. May I request Mr. Umaid Khaitan, partner, kindly come on the screen.
Hi Geeta, thank you so much for this. So we at Solartron, we are basically trying to make an all-inclusive bet with all these EV charging station providers to provide in the East, so that we are the one-stop shop service for them, so that we can do the licensing services as well as site surveys and installation services for them. And we've undertaken this task in the entire East to basically to make convenience for them. Right now we are doing it for Delta, Ola. We are in talks with Ola right now, and Tata Power. So thank you so much for this. We really appreciate this, what e-mobility is trying to do, and all the awareness that you all are providing in this industry. Thank you so much.
Heartiest congratulations to the entire team of Solartron for the great work. Okay, so let us get moving on to our next category, which is our last category. Okay, so this is our last category for Company Excellence Awards, and it is Most Innovative Charging Solution Provider of the Year. As I always do, I'll give you a small hint about the winning company. The company supplies and installs AC EV chargers for private users in the state of Gujarat and fast charging stations on highway and restaurants. It has developed a trademark product to support the e-vehicle charging infra with variety of products like AC, DC, and battery swapping solutions of different capacities. They offer flexible CapEx and OpEx business models based on the client's specific requirements and needs. Now that's an amazing work, I must say. So let us see who the winner is. And the award. And the award goes to...
Hello, I am audible?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, I just missed out on the category, I guess. Sorry so much, ladies and gentlemen. The award is for Emerging Player of the Year, Battery Swapping, and it goes to Hop Electric Mobility Private Limited. I'm so sorry, it's my bad. I just missed out on the category.
Okay, no, Shalita, and yeah, first of all, thanks for honored and considered under this category, and it is a great moment for us also. And before we talk about the Hope Electric Mobility, we are in two segments. It's a Hope Electric Mobility and Hope Electric Mobility and Hope Electric Hope Energy Network. So in the network part, we will do a swapping and charging station and the entire thing. So we are also believe in the ecosystem, developing an ecosystem and 360-degree view. So in that 360-degree view, we believe that the product, we focus on the product, the network, service network, swapping and charging stations, and the secondary sales also. And in fact, we have started a pilot project for battery swapping and charging station in Jaipur with 5 charging stations. And once the beta testing will be done in a harmonious manner, then definitely we'll go for other cities, Tier 1 cities also in the month of January 2022. So definitely the entire research R&D team has done a lot of hard work in the swapping and charging stations, and the way they approach the things and develop the ecosystem is very commendable. So the credit goes to the entire Hope Electric team and the promoters also, Mr. Ketan. And definitely this award will boost our motivation and the parameters, motivation parameters also. And thanks to the entire organizer and jury member for a wonderful award to giving the opportunity to speak up the entire thing. Thank you.
Thank you once again. Heartiest congratulations on winning on this category, and to the entire team, heartiest congratulations. I'm sorry once again for skipping this category and reading the wrong note. Thank you, and congratulations once again to the entire team. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next category. Well, our next category for Company Excellence Awards is Most Innovative Charging Solution Provider of the Year. I have already given the gist of the company, in previously. So I would like to straight off announce our winner. Our winner for the category is... Well, the winner is ProCharge, a venture by Prozil Infra Engineering. May I request Mr. Ravindra Patel, Business Head, EV Charger E-Mobility, to kindly accept the award. Do we have Mr. Patel with us? Do we have any other representative from ProCharge or Prozil? Okay, just wait there. Yeah, do we have a representative? Mr. Ravindra?
Hello.
Yeah, we are able to see you and hear you.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Hi. Hello, everyone, and thank you, E-Mobility team, to honor us with this award. And ProCharge is a venture of the Prozil Infra Engineering, we are really in a solar EPC business over the decade, and we believe in to cater a quality and eco-friendly solutions for solar as well as the EV users. So yes, thanks again to create the platform and give us the chance for this category. Thank you the jury and members.
Congratulations to you, sir, on a great win and a much deserved recognition. So our next winner for Most Innovative Charging Solution Provider of the Year. So we have a small note on the company. Company's chargers are made in India, and they give multiple options to their users to customize the chargers based on form, factor, or colors. They provide on-field commissioning support via mobile apps, so companies can configure chargers without their representatives being on field, and helps companies ease of installation. So let us know who the winner is, and the award goes to... and the award goes to System Level Solutions. May I request Mr. Tejas Waghela, CTO and Director, to kindly accept the award.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, good evening, all of you. I'm just thrilled to receive an award of EV Leadership India 2021 from EV Charge India Committee. It's a huge honor for System Level Solution team. We have been working very hard since last 18 months, and finally today we are here. As I always believed in a team at System Level Solutions to maintain their performance while taking on even more work. Credit goes to entire team. I'm pretty sure that our partner across the globe will be benefited by our technology in EV ecosystems. Once again, thanks to EV Charge India Committee from whole SLS team. Thanks a lot.
Congratulations to you, sir, on a great win and a much deserved recognition.
We have Mr. Kaushik Madhwan with us right now, as we had promised, that will, bring in his great remarks, knowledge remarks, and understand a little bit about our award process, as he's our esteemed jury, and Frost & Sullivan is our award audit partner. They have been with us through the entire process of the awards. So do we have Mr. Madhwan with us now? Can we have him on the screen, please? Team, can we just see if Mr. Madhwan is on the screen? Can we please help him? So let us just, I'll just wait for a few more seconds. Team, could you please assist Mr. Madhwan to please log in and come on the screen? I think Mr. Madhavan is taking a little while to log in and again. I think we can continue with our next set of awards.
I think Mr. Kaushik will take a little more time. So I think we should carry on with our awards. And maybe at the end we can just announce his name.
Okay, Anjali, kindly do the honors.
Yeah. So after the wonderful response in our Company Excellence Awards, we move on to our next set of awards, that is Product and Technology Excellence Award. Our first category for Product and Technology Excellence Award is Most Innovative EV Charger Design. So, with the advancements of technologies and many new great innovations coming our way, we have seen an overwhelming response in this category. We are proud to have some great winners in this category. Our first winner is a company that offers Grid eMotion Fleet, a game-changing grid-to-plug EV charging solution that delivers a step-change approach for public transport and commercial operators. The Smart Mobility Total solution enable operators to optimize the asset usage and enable them to efficiently scale up their operators, and is expected to contribute to a sustainable society for millions living in urban areas. So let us know who the winner is, and the award goes to Hitachi ABB Power Grids. May I request Mr. Akhilur Rahman, Chief Technology Officer, to kindly accept the award. May I have Mr. Akhilur on the screen, please? Or else any other from the company, or else any other representative from the company to collect the award on his behalf. So we do not have Mr. Akhilur at the moment. So at the end, we will going to announce his name again, or else any other representative can collect the award on his behalf. So our next winner of Most Innovative EV Charger Design. So which is registered under Intellectual Property of India. The product is unmanned, easy to operate with mobile application of RFID, compact and heavy duty. They are the first Indian company who manufactured and launched 15 kilowatt AC EV 7.4 kilowatt type 2 dual connector charging station. Will the award goes to? The award goes to Map Products Private Limited. May I request Mr. Ajay K. Patel, Managing Director, to kindly accept the award, sir.
Yeah, good evening, everyone.
Good evening, sir.
It is a huge honor for me to receive this award. Our EO2 SE 7.4 kilowatt dual type 2 charging station is unique charging station which is designed and manufactured indigenously. I am deeply honored to receive EV Charge India Award 2021 in the category of Most Innovative EV Charge Design. E-mobility is the future and EO2 is the charger. Thanks.
Thank you so much, sir. Congratulations on a great win and a much deserved recognition. So EOT is the voice of electric vehicle charging infrastructure industry. It was formed to accelerate the switch to zero-emission mobility and ensure a seamless driver experience with access to high-quality, readily available charging infrastructure across India. EOT welcomes the opportunity to provide input into the roadmap for the sustainable and smart mobility strategy. So our next winner of Most Innovative EV Charger Design. Our next winner of Most Innovative EV Charger Design is one of the first to offer fully indigenous smart DC chargers for e-bikes, e-scooters, e-rickshaws, and for battery swapping stations. Their chargers are offered with either interface wired or interface wireless for smart access, configuration controls and data, and fault monitoring. So let us know who this award goes to. The award goes to EVQ Point Solutions Private Limited. May I request Mr. Latif Amir Babu, CEO, to kindly accept the award. Can we have Mr. Latif on the screen to accept the award? Or any other person from the company to accept it?
Do we have any representative from EVQ Point Solutions to kindly accept the award? I think again we will be able to call them back on the screen once we get connected. So moving on to our next category. Well, moving to our next winner of Most Innovative Charger Design is a company that designed and built its own charging infrastructure from scratch. They have designed a connector with a combo of AC and DC charging with the same connector. This connector size has been designed to be suitable for integration into two-wheelers and three-wheelers with the ability of CAN Tipo 2.0, communication with control and proximity pilot. So let us know who the winner is. And the award goes to... And the award goes to Aether Energy. May I request Zara Ahmed, Lead Charging Infrastructure Relations, to kindly accept the award. Do we have Zara, or do we have any other representative from Aether who would like to accept this award? So I will just wait for again count of 3, 3, 2, 1. Sarah or any other representative from Aether, please. Again, we will get connected with them and we'll get them on screen as soon as we see them logged in. Okay, moving on to, well, our next award. Our next award, ladies and gentlemen, is Game Changing EV Platform Technology of the Year. Now, it belongs to a very deserving company that has a wealth of experience in mapping and geospatial data. They have developed comprehensive and data-rich maps that have helped them build best-in-class electric mobility solutions, be it solving a range anxiety issue by mapping compatible EV charging stations, developing AI-based site selection tools for EV charging infrastructure, displaying vehicle health index, or helping drivers navigate through battery-efficient routes. This company has proven itself to be a game changer in the space of EV solutions. So let us know who the winner is. And the award goes to Map My India. May I request Ms. Sapna Ahuja or we have Ms. Sonal with us to accept these awards? So do we have Ms. Sapna or do we have Ms. Sonal? Do we have any other representative from Map My India? So I'll just wait for a little more while. Do we have any representative from Map My India to kindly accept this award? Okay. Any representative, please? Right. As we said, we will definitely get them back on the screen as soon as they are logged in. Let us start moving to our next category of awards now. Our next category is Smart V2G Technology of the Year. Now, something about our winning company. The company, with its vast experience and strength to develop and innovate high-end technology solutions, has brought together their high capacity of EV chargers, which are future-proof, connected, bi-directional, and won't negatively impact an EV. These innovations include bi-directional V2G support. This technology makes integrating renewable more efficient, mitigating grid bottlenecks, and minimizing grid volatility. An amazing technology, I must say. So let us see who the award goes to. And the award goes to P2 Power Solutions Private Limited. May I request Mr. Shwetank Chen, Director, to kindly accept the award.
Hi Geeta, this is Vaishnavi this side. Sir is not currently available, so I'll be receiving the award on his behalf. So firstly, I would like to thank eMobility Plus for recognizing us and for presenting this award to us. And I would also like to thank all the exhibitors as well as all the participants of this event. We at P2 Power were established in 2006, and since then we have been working continuously to bring more such innovations and technology ahead, and Smart V2G is one of them. We always think of planning ahead, and for that our strong R&D team is our strength. And we'll be working more, and we'll keep on bringing more such innovations in EV charging segment. And yes, thank you so much for giving this award to us.
Thanks a lot, and heartiest congratulations to the entire team of P2 Power Solutions. May you win many more awards with a very hardworking team there.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, dear audience, let us see the next category of awards. And the category is Most User-Friendly EV Charger. Our winning company has been instrumental in building an anxiety-proof network of smart chargers for the early adopters and first movers. The company is offering most user-friendly chargers for residential, public, and private places. They are currently on a mission to accelerate the mass adoption of electric vehicles. So let us see who the winner is. And the winner is Go Ego Network. May I request Mr. Dhiman Kadam, the co-founder and director, to kindly accept the award.
Thanks, Geeta. Again, on behalf of our team, I would like to thank you all for giving us the most user-friendly EV charger. Here, I would like to make a special mention to our core team, which is based in the Netherlands, for delivering this entire design and the software. The entire R&D team sits in the Netherlands, and they have delivered it in record time, and we are very, very thankful to them. Also to our hardware team here for making it possible to manufacture this and make it production ready. So thanks a lot. Thanks for this award.
Heartiest congratulations once again on one more award day. I think the name is really lucky. It's going places and, getting the recognitions. Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Congratulations to the entire team once again.
Thank you.
Okay, moving to our next category of awards, and the category is Smart Innovation of the Year. To utilize various state EV policies, our winning companies has created a full product range to offer to customers, allowing them to get all benefits of the subsidiaries. Furthermore, keeping in mind the DISCOM connection in various states, they have created the software in such a way that it allows them to control the hardware limiters from the display itself. Great work, I must say. So let us know who has won this award. And the award goes to Tyrex Chargers. Now may I request Mr. Art Patel, co-founder and CEO of the company, to kindly accept the award. Mr. Patel, can we have you on the screen, please?
Yeah, hi. Mr. Arth Patel is busy with some prior work. So on behalf of Mr. Arth Patel and on behalf of complete entire Direct team, I received this great honor from the EV Charger Leadership Indian Award 2021. Thank you, Gita ma'am. Thank you, Julie.
Thank you so much, and heartiest congratulations to you and the entire team for the great win.
Thank you.
Okay, so dear audience, let's start moving on and see the next winner of our Smart Innovation of the Year, and that is all right. It is an outstanding innovation and a company which has recently developed a portable power supply in charger, which generates power for the defense units who are deployed on the northern borders of India. The product is portable and charges on wind and solar. They have been applauded by the government for their smart innovation and have an exclusive contract of 4 years with the defense services. Quite an amazing work, I must say. So let us see who the winner is. Well, the winner is Suventus Industria, a renewable energy division of Raja Electronics and Services Private Limited. May I request Mr. Saifi Raja, the director of the company, to kindly accept the award.
Thank you, Geeta. Good evening, friends. I would like to start by thanking eMobility Plus and First View Group for conferring this honor on us. It's indeed a pleasure and honor to receive this award, especially if you get recognized by such a prestigious media company. I would like to thank my son Ali because of his immense contribution to this project, and of course my pillars of support, my wife Farida and my daughter Sana, whose support and pushing without that we wouldn't have made this project a success. This award actually is a culmination of a typical lockdown success story wherein we were giving a challenging task by the defense services to develop a completely indigenous power supply and an EV charger that should be scalable, can provide absolutely clean and green energy, and should be able to work in the severest climatic conditions and get recharged by wind and solar. Lockdown helped us to think and design such a challenging product. It has been tested by the Indian Air Force at the highest altitude possible, and that too at minus 40 degrees centigrade, and also in the severest heat in Rajasthan, and of course at sea level as well. Our product has performed way beyond their expectations, and we have been awarded a certificate by them which entitles us to supply this product to them for the next 5 years. So thank you once again and have a great day. I accept this award on behalf of the entire team of Suventus Industria. And this award actually inspires us to innovate more such smart products. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for the wonderful insights, and congratulations to you and your team on a much-deserved recognition.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you about the winner of our category, Best Battery Performance of the Year. In a very short span of time, the company has cracked the market with the quality and performance of the batteries for 2 and 3 wheelers. The product design is attractive, economically viable, and being adaptable by all the EV users. The battery pack quality and reliable performance are the product highlights. And the winner is... And the winner is Auguste Energy Labs Private Limited. May I request Mr. Bikshama Reddy, CTO Auguste, to kindly accept the award.
Thank you, Anjali. Thank you, everyone who are in this
You're most welcome, sir. The stage is all yours.
Thank you so much. And first of all, on behalf of Agasti Energy Labs, I would like and the honor to accept this award. And it shows us our hard work of the team who are part of the battery packing solutions. And as a Agasti, we are majorly focuses on the quality first and the safety first as the motto. And we also develop the products which can be used by the rural part of the India. So we have the competitive price across. So our innovative and also excellent engineering excellence team could able to deliver these things in the quality and most cost effective products, and we continue to do that. And so thank you so much for the eMobility Plus to organizing this award. And also thank you so much for all the panelists who were part of this EV journey as of now. And have a great evening. Thank you.
Congratulations to you, sir, on a great win. So moving to our next category for Product Technology Excellence Awards. And the category is Smart Connected Platform of the Year. Our winning solution is an AI-powered urban mobility dedicated to short-distance daily commute ride, which constitute the majority of the total urban commute globally. The focus is to make their rides affordable, punctual, and sustainable. All their vehicles, drivers, and folks are connected using their 100% cloud-based mobile app. So let us see who the winner is, and the award goes to The award goes to Metro Ride. May I request Kaman Agarwal, CTO and co-founder, to kindly accept the award. May I request Mr. Kaman to come on the screen, please? Or anyone else from the company can take the award on his behalf. Yes, Mr. Girish.
Thank you, Anjali. Kamal was supposed to be here, but he's attending to an emergency. He's way back. He's in the California city. In fact, he was awake all this while, but unfortunately, he's not able to join, I guess. But anyhow, I take this opportunity to thank our CTO, Kaman Agarwal, and his dedicated team of engineers who've built this wonderful product. And thanks to them that we've been able to scale up, not just going to multiple cities, but soon we are going to our next country. And of course, thanks to our cloud partner, Google, for giving us a seamless experience and ensuring that our customers are always connected to the ecosystem. This is for the team. Cheers.
Heartiest congratulations to you, sir, on a great win. To you and your entire team. So, our next award in line is Smart Digital Technology Service Provider of the Year. As we always do, a gist about our winning company. They are India's first on-demand aggregation and vehicle booking platform for commercial cargo electric vehicles. Cargo EVs on this platform drove for 4 lakh kilometers in just 7 months of operations in the last fiscal and have created more than 55 secured decentralized charging points to open India's first on-demand EV booking platform. So let us see who the winner is. And the winner is Lodex. May I request Mr. Amit Arora, CEO and co-founder Lodex, to kindly accept the award.
Thank you so much, Anjali. Possibly our main mission to empower drivers community with cheap drivers index and cheap drivers coefficient, where we work on creating decentralized, on-demand charging points at drivers' home location, has helped us cater to B2C logistics market using EVs, where being the only company catering to on-demand B2C market, playing out of the B2B arena. And this has helped us reduce drivers' pain point of being on road for more than 11-12 hours on the day by giving them charging solution on our platform right at their homes and possibly in the nearest garages. And I would be really thankful to the platform EV Charge India Award Forum to configure with us this whole solution and putting us on this award list. Thank you so much from whole Lodex team, and I wish luck to everyone.
Congratulations to you, sir, on a much-deserved recognition to you and your entire team. Heartiest congratulations to you. So our second last category for this evening is Smart Digital Technology Service Provider of the Year. A gist about our winner. The company's purpose-built HIEV technology is an end-to-end solution for smartly managing EV charging demand on electric grid and buildings. It digitally connects EV charging, buildings and electric utilities and brings real-time price signals and AI-based smart controls. This results in grid-supportive charging, which avoids grid failures and improves reliability and power quality. Quite an amazing technology by the company, and the award goes to Elocity. May I request Mr. Dinesh Chandra, CTO, to kindly accept the award.
Thank you, Anjali. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible, sir.
Yeah. Once again, thank you. On behalf of Elocity team, I extend my gratitude to jury and everyone who involved in electric mobility sector. We feel honored and humbled. I owe a big thanks to eMobility Plus and Mr. Madhavan for their continuous efforts for promoting and supporting e-mobility sector. And we won't be here without our incredible team and partners and customers. Elocity is fortunate to have customers across the globe, and right now we are serving customers across 4 continents, which helps us bring the best practices and state-of-the-art technology to our incredible country, India. Elocity believes that no one wins unless everybody wins. This truly reflects how we operate, deliver value to our customers and partners. Technology and business collaboration will immensely help EV adoption in India and will unlock value chain for everyone. Elocity is accelerating EV adoption with innovative EV charging, on-demand and demand management technology Hive. Hive is purpose-built for electric utilities, businesses, buildings, and open interoperable smart EV future. Hive significantly reduces the cost of EV infrastructure by reducing the CapEx and OpEx. Hive artificial intelligence predicts and manages, forecasts the EV charging demand and substantially improves the power quality and reliability. We are committed to contribute an efficient and affordable transition to electric mobility, shape sustainable EV ecosystem in India, aligned with our current and future targets. With that, I would like to once again thank you for recognizing us, and I wish everyone a wonderful EV journey. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the wonderful insight, sir. Heartiest congratulations to you and your team on a much-deserved recognition.
Thank you.
So, dear audience members, we have come to our last category of the evening, and that is Best Software Solution Technology of the Year. So, our winner provides its customers to install and make their assets visible to all in simple mobile applications. The company supported several CPOs to ensure their assets are utilized optimally and monetized. They offer digital SaaS products such as CMS and Swap for AC/DC, two-wheelers, three-wheelers, chargers. It's time to announce the winner, and the award goes to Numocity Technologies. May I request Mr. Sudeep Prasad, Vice President.
Hey, thank you, Anjali. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir, you're completely audible.
Yeah, thanks. And yeah, on behalf of the whole team at Numocity, I'd like to thank the organizers, eMobility Plus. And yeah, of course, the advantage of receiving the award last is that we get to see how much of work is going on in this area. Yeah, we are together in this journey of next generation e-mobility solutions, and none of us can do this alone. And the last 2 days, you have shown how many partners are. I'd like to thank all our customers and partners as well. Many of them are in this call also. And yeah, so software is always internationally recognized as a challenge in e-mobility solutions. And I think I'd like to compliment you on recognizing a software solution as an area that is vital in the e-mobility journey, both for basic enabling of services as well as for integration across the spectrum. So it's very humbling to receive this award, and also inspiring for us to continue in our journey to integrate the e-mobility solutions. Yeah, thank you, and over to you back.
Well, heartiest congratulations to the entire Numocity Technology team for the very, very hard work they have done and the great deserving win. Thank you so much. Well, dear audience, as we have promised that we will, get Mr. Kaushik Madhavan and his great knowledge remarks, and also some of our award winners which were not able to log in, we will be very pleased to get them on the screen again after we hear the great thoughts of Mr. Madhavan. So, I would... Dear participants, this year the awards have been more grand, and it has been all possible because of our award audit partner, Frost & Sullivan, a company which is at the center of an ecosystem of best practices cultivation, executive peer support, and cutting-edge insights that is singularly focused on reshaping the world through managed growth. Their innovative go-to-market strategies and proven implementation best practices have helped and transformed the business models of some of the world's leading companies. It will be my honor to welcome our jury, Mr. Kaushik Madhavan, Vice President, Mobility, Frost & Sullivan, to kindly present his thoughts.
Thank you very much, Geeta. I hope I am audible. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, I can hear you.
Excellent. So
but
first of all, oh, is it you can't see me? Is it I have kept my camera on? So first of all, a huge round of congratulations to all the winners today. And along with that, I must thank you, Geeta, Pallab, and the entire eMobility Plus First View team for putting this award ceremony together. I mean, there couldn't have been a better time for us to come together, as an ecosystem to recognize, the key players in the EV charging infrastructure space. I mean, just a couple of perspectives. Yesterday and the day before yesterday, we had the annual ACMA and SIAM sessions where the government representatives, including, Mr. Gadkari, Honorable Minister Mr. Gadkari, spoke about the need for developing infrastructure and moving away from depending on fossil fuels, right? So he spoke about alternate fuels, electrification, hybrids, and so on. So very clearly, from the government's perspective, it's clear that going forward, the emphasis is definitely going to be on renewable energy, right? Moving towards electric vehicles. To begin with, from the mass market transportation segment, buses, electric two-wheelers and three-wheelers, and then eventually going towards personal and private mobility as well. So from the infrastructure perspective, it's very important that we develop a very visible and a comprehensive set of charging stations across the country. So all the award winners here today, are winners in their own regard. They have been leaders in developing new mobility solutions, charging infrastructure network, and software solutions as well. So going forward, I think this is going to be the way we will need to develop a collaborative ecosystem, right? It is not just about the OEMs and tier one companies coming together. We also need to look at integrating non-automotive and non-mobility stakeholders and players as well. I think this is the best time we are in today, in order to bring together all the key automotive and non-automotive stakeholders. And I once again congratulate all the winners today. And I think this year we received many applications, right? We had a lot of new entrants in the EV charging infrastructure space. And as a jury member, I must tell you, you all gave me a really hard time, right? Choosing the winner or choosing the right recipient of an award was really challenging. I think we received more than about 60 or 70 nominations for the award. So this made it even tougher to pick the right winner. But like I said earlier, everybody's a winner in their own regard. So this means among the 35 plus winners that we announced today, what is very important to note is that each one of you have fought against the odds and developed something new, something innovative, which is going to be remembered for a long time. So with that, again, I congratulate all the winners, and a huge thank you to Geeta, Pallab, First View, and the eMobility Plus team for organizing this event. And I'm very confident that going forward, you will see more success. And hopefully next year, we will see a lot more participation, many more award categories, and many more winners. So with that, thank you very much once again. It's been a pleasure. It's been an honor. And I look forward to this next year as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Madhavan. And really, I must say, a great work by the jury and our award audit partner, Frost & Sullivan. Thank you so much once again for being a part of the award ceremony. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as promised, we would like our award winners who were not able to make it during we made an announcement to come back on the screen. So can we have a slide for Ather Energy, please? So best in class EV charging infrastructure, Ather Energy. Can we have our award winner from Ather Energy to kindly come on the screen? Do we have a representative from Ather Energy to kindly come on the screen and accept the award? Team, can we just check? Do we have a representative and the winner from the Ather Energy? Okay, I think still we do not have the winner with us at the stage. Next, I think we did not have the award winner for REIL. So I'll just request a representative or the award winner from REIL to kindly accept the award. Do we have the award winner from Rajasthan Electronics and Instruments? Or any representative from REIL? Okay, I think let's move on to the next category for EVRE. Could we have the category of EVRE? Do we have any representative from EVRE to accept the award? We'll be very glad to have, the award winners coming on the screen and accepting the award and giving a speech. It's an honor to hear from you, hear from whatever the hard work the company has done and how deserving this award is for you. So, it would be great if we could have the representatives or the award winners come on the screen and accept this award. So, do we have anybody from EVRE? Any representative from Electrify?
Requesting to raise their hands.
Award winners, kindly raise your hand so that we could have our team to support you and come on the screen. Any representative from Electrify? From BSES? Mr. Bansal from BSES or Mr. Ranjan?
Geeta from BACS would be having one representative. I think we should announce the name at the last again.
Okay, we'll do that. Map My India, do we have Ms. Sonal with us?
I'm inviting Ms. Sapna Ahuja on stage.
Yeah, sure.
कॉल अटेंड later. आपण ज्या व्यक्तीस कॉल करीत आहात तो व्यक्ती उत्तर देत नाही. कृपया नंतर प्रयत्न करा.
We have Mr. Ramesh Arora.
Mr. Ramesh, kindly unmute yourself. We are not able to hear you.
Yes, am I able now?
Yes,
well,
yes.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. This has been a great event. I have attended the whole of it, and I'm very proud to be a part of such an encouraging event. Thank you very much for the award. It's been a very proud moment for the entire Electrify team. And thanks to eMobility Plus for organizing such an event when the whole industry is, focused on transitioning from ICE to EVs. Such an event, I say, would go to a great length to encourage all the EV ecosystem players. Insofar as Electrify is concerned, this has been 3.5 years of hard work by our technology team led by my colleague Sumita Ahuja. So today we are recognized as one of the leading EV platforms in India. It's a cloud-based SaaS platform which has onboarded the major EV ecosystem stakeholders within India and also outside India. So once again, thank you very much. Thanks for the award and thanks eMobility team.
Heartiest congratulations from our end. We would have loved to have you on the screen, when we made an announcement. But I do understand, we all live in a digital world and we all face some kind of
there was some
issues
issue with the raising hand. It was not working for whatever may have been the reason. So nevertheless, so I'm there now, and
we are very happy to have you on the
Thank you very
screen.
much.
And thank you so much, and heartiest congratulations once again. Do we have a representative from Map My India? Do we have Ms. Sapna? Can we have Ms. Sapna on the screen, please? If Miss Sapna is taking a little while in logging in.
I've invited Ms. Sapna. We are waiting response for her to accept.
Okay, so meanwhile, I think we can invite Miss Meher. If we have Miss Meher to kindly accept the award.
Geeta, from Blue Smart, we would be having Mr. Rajiv Ranjan, who is the head of operations of Blue.
Akshat, what's wrong with the hand raise?
So could we have Mr. Rajiv Ranjan on the screen, please? Mr. Rajiv Ranjan, could we have you on the screen, please? So I'll just request, all the award winners to kindly raise your hand so that our team can just get you on the screen, and if any support is required from our side. Do we have an award winner from Genesis? I just request the award winners kindly raise the hand. Yes, Mr. Mehta. Mr. Mehta, we can see you on the screen.
Okay, hi. Good evening. After a long time and a lot of efforts. So,
Okay.
yeah, great. So, thank you so much for such a award. And I, on behalf of my team in Delta, we are truly elated and honored to receive this award. And I thank eMobility Plus team for choosing us. And thank you so much, the jury, Mr. Saurabh Kumar, Mr. Kaushik Madhavan, and they are having them as the jury. We are truly elated that we have received this award. We would like to dedicate this award to our esteemed customers who have kept their strong faith in them, and also for keeping us challenged and helping us to grow each day, for focusing on innovation, and we have green energy at heart. So, as you all know, I would just like to introduce that Delta is completely devoted to innovation and systematically developing new products and technologies, particularly those that are highly efficient and energy saving. We are continuously enhancing our engineering capabilities and committed to develop innovative technologies and solutions for a better tomorrow. Thank you so much, and I would like to thank eMobility Plus and First View Media for such a great honor, and it was always great to be associated with such a
Same as
respectable
all.
media.
Likewise, sir. It's always a pleasure to be associated with Delta. An amazing work by the company, I must say, and heartiest congratulations to the entire team.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations once again.
Thank you.
Do we have Mr. Rakesh Chopra from REIL? I think Mr. Rakesh has raised his hand. So, team, can we please get him on the screen?
Hi, Geeta. I've invited him, just awaiting his response.
Do we have Miss Sapna? Do we have our award winners? Kindly raise your hands so that we can get you on the screen. It will be a pleasure for us to hear from you about the hard work that your team has done and the great achievements of your companies. So all the award winners who couldn't make it during the announcement, kindly raise your hand so that we can get you on the screen. Do we have Mr. Chopra and Ms. Sapna? I think we can wait for a few more seconds.
Requesting the winners to kindly refresh their page and try raising their hands again.
Winners, I don't think you should be missing out on this opportunity to come on the screen and talk about all the great achievements that you have done. So kindly raise your hand so that we can invite you and we can chat with you. So I think it's just a count of 5, and if we can have our award winners on the screen, that would be really great before we do the closing remarks. Can we reach out to Ms. Sapna again and Mr. Chopra? Do we have Ms. Sonal from MapMy India? If Ms. Sapna is not available to accept the award, can we have Ms. Sonal, please? Ms. Sonal, kindly raise your hand.
Yes, Geeta, she's there. I think she'll take a little while to come on the screen. Sonal is there.
Mr. Chopra, has he accepted the invite yet and would like to come on the screen? Or do we have Meher? Do we have any representative from BlueSmart?
Can we have Mr. Rajiv Ranjan from Blue Smart Mobility?
Ms. Sapna, Ms. Sonal, Mr. Ranjan, Mr. Chopra. Okay, I think we are having, the award winners are not present here, and some are not logged in yet, or some just possibly shy to come on the screen. So what we are going to do is the award winners which could not make it on the screen today and give their speech, we would like to have the recorded message. We will get the recorded message and we'll be sending that entire streaming to all the participants here, including the recorded videos and the speeches from our award winners who could not be on the screen today. We will do all the promotions required, and we'll have all their beautiful faces on our social media platform too. So with this, ladies and gentlemen, I think we really have come to an end of our award ceremony. So special thanks to our guest of honor, Shri Saurabh Kumar, our esteemed jury, Mr. Kaushik Madhavan, and our award audit partner, Frost & Sullivan, for their contributions in making this program a great success. Congratulations to all the award winners and their teams. A big thank you to each and every audience member for being a part of our award ceremony. Keep tuned in for our eMobility Plus updates and upcoming events. Hope to see you all in our other events again. Till then, stay safe and stay happy.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, everyone, for being a part of our show. Congratulations, all of our winner once again.